And welcome, everybody. Thanks for attending and participating in this third workshop for the RSA program on law enforcement. Want to emphasize again, all of these workshops, these first three workshops, are really kind of fact-finding, information gathering, teeing up questions really for the fourth workshop, which is going to be in person in February. And as such, there's no decisions being made during these workshops, these initial workshops. Again, it's just trying to get the information so that the panelists can make recommendations to the council at the February that they assemble at the February workshop. I want to turn it over really quickly to Michelle Duval to give you an official welcome and kick off this meeting. So, Michelle.
Thank you, Andy, very much. So good morning, everyone. And again, welcome to the Mid-Atlantic Council's third virtual research set-aside workshop. My name is Michelle Duval. I just recently became chair of the council's research steering committee. And before we get started, I want to acknowledge the leadership of Adam Nawalski. Adam has chaired this committee for the past several years and shepherded the development of these workshops. So we certainly wouldn't be here today without all of his contributions. And I'm grateful that Adam will continue to remain in a leadership role as the committee's vice chair. So we've merely flip-flop roles. So thank you again, Adam, for everything that you've done to get us to this point. I also would like to thank the presenters and the members of the SSC Economic Work Group, as well as all of you who are participating today. We're looking forward to the discussion. So with that, Andy, back to you. Oh, one more thing. I just want to note that unfortunately, our council chair, Mike Luisi, will be unable to attend the workshop today. He's had some scheduling difficulties, but I know he's looking forward to seeing the outcome of the discussion. So thank you, everybody. And Andy, it's back to you.
Thanks, Michelle. Just before we get started, just a few ground rules to help us keep the meeting going. We've all been on probably too many virtual meetings, but we've kind of developed this process to keep us going a little bit in this virtual world. First one is we'd like you to raise your hand if you want to ask a question or make a comment. To do that, if you don't know how, there's at the bottom of your screen, there should be a little, looks kind of like a little smiley face. If you click on that, the first option at the top is raise hand. You could also, if you've got the list of participants up on the right-hand side of your screen, you can hover over your name and you can raise your hand that way. When you do have are recognized and are making a comment, please keep the questions and comments to the point. We say avoid long war stories. You can give examples, and in fact, in this workshop in particular, probably examples are going to be very, very important. But keep them to the point again and kind of short and on topic, on the topic that's being discussed at that specific time. We encourage you to use the chat feature of the webinar, and again, it's at the bottom right of your screen. All the comments written in the chat feature will be captured and recorded. So that's a good way to make your point and get it on the record, if you will. And you can use that chat feature at any point in time during the webinar. Then let's see, there's going on down the list, there's the frequently asked questions document that we put together and it's been provided as part of the briefing materials. That may have some answers to some of the questions that you have. You can submit comments anytime for the record through the main Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council website. That's www.mafmc.org/workshop/RSA. Again, just like the chat features, those comments are captured and again will be for the record. So you can make those, you can post comments there at any point in time during the webinar, after the webinar, 3 o'clock in the morning, whenever you'd like to, so that's available for you to get your point across. And then finally, the panel participants are given the first opportunity for commenting and for asking questions during the presentation. We have some designated times specifically to make sure that the public does have an opportunity to comment or ask questions. The two main ones of those, one is right before the lunch break, and then one is at the end of the day. Those are, in my opinion, sacred times. So even if we're running late, we are not going to cut into that public comment time. So we're going to make sure that you get that opportunity. We also have some shorter opportunities after a couple of the presentations for the public to make comments and ask questions. So we do take that very seriously, and we want to make sure you have the opportunity to participate in this process, just like the panelists are. The agenda will be on the screen when the presentations are not occurring, and you can zoom in on anything that's on the screen actually, and switch pages using the options to the left of the screen. So there's some options there that should allow you to make the presentation bigger if you can't see it, or smaller if you want to see less of it, those types of things. So with that, we will be again monitoring the participant list. And Scott Lennox, you have a hand up right now. Do you have a question? Oh, okay.
I was just a few minutes late because of some connection issues. I just want to make sure I was on and you could hear me.
Yep. Okay. Sound good. All right. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Matt Seeley. And Matt is going to provide a review of the process that we're going through, a very, very brief review of what the previous workshops have found, or at least what the goals of those workshops were, just so that everybody's on the same page. And then he is going to tee up some of the discussion items for this workshop, particularly as the items came up in 2012 when the RSA program was being under review by the council itself. So, Matt, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Andy. Appreciate the introduction, and thanks everyone for joining today. Andy, just want to confirm you can hear me okay?
Sound good, Matt?
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Well, everyone, I'm excited to get through this third workshop with you all. I want to just acknowledge and thank everyone for their work and support getting us to where we are so far. And with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So as Andy indicated, throughout this presentation, I'll briefly touch on a recap of the workshop overview, where we are in this process, give a brief summary of workshop 1 on research and workshop 2 on funding, talk specifically about the goals for workshop 3, why we're here today, discuss some of the enforcement issues that the council brought to the table back before the program was suspended, and specific responses that we received from National Marine Fisheries Service and the regional administrator, and then some of the current concerns that we're left with today that we'll hopefully discuss and develop recommendations on as we continue to move forward. But again, throughout these first 3 workshops, no decisions are being made. All of the discussion is just being captured. It will be presented at a final synthesis workshop, which I'll discuss shortly. But just an overall recap, workshop 1 was focused on research, and we were working to identify how research goals will be prioritized, projects will be screened, and how the different results will inform management, and then ultimately be communicated to the council and the stakeholders, as that's the integral piece here to help work through this research. Workshop 2 focused on funding, specifically trying to identify different ways on how the program can be administered, different funding mechanisms to generate money for research, and then ultimately indicating that projects should be tied to management and assessment needs. Workshop 3 is the workshop we're in now, focusing on enforcement, working to identify potential program modifications that can prevent the reoccurrence of previous enforcement issues. And then finally, workshop 4, as I mentioned, will cover those final recommendations where we'll develop detailed recommendations for the council, identifying whether and how RSA should be redeveloped, incorporating the input that we've received from the SSE Economic Working Group. So in terms of workshop one, the SSC kind of kicked us off with their economic working group discussion of 7 different research-based topics. And this summary that I'm providing here, very surface level, all 7 of those research topics are captured within the summary that's on the council's website. Every piece of discussion that we have had are captured there, just trying to give a brief overview. We touched on the research priorities and indicated that we need to link those priorities, which are to be set by the council, and the performance metrics to a specific need after communicating with industry. And that big key here is communicating with industry. We want to keep RSA and other funding sources in mind whenever the council initiates an action. We want to, think about RSA early on in the process. That way, as we initiate things, thinking about the implementation plan. If we start early, we can really think about the progress that RSA can help, move forward with. We talked about the evaluation of applicants and proposals, and indicated that we should disclose available funding in the proposal and pre-proposal process because we don't want to waste anyone's time moving forward. We also touched on the peer review of proposals and results that'll be involved with the SSC, and then noted that we need to identify conflicts of interest early on in the RSA process. And then finally, one of the other main topics was project review and presentation. And we noted that we need to review and reestablish the data sharing policy. The release of funds should be tied to report completion, and then ultimately noted that we need to develop a communication plan that expands public venues for presentations so everyone involved in this process from start to finish knows where we are and everything is communicated clearly. The second workshop was focused on funding. The SSC Economic Working Group again kind of kicked things off where they presented an analysis of the auction and modeled results of alternatives in terms of economic efficiency. They discussed the status of the auction system, specifically what did and did not work. We considered the costs and benefits of selling quota for low value species and the ability to package species together. We noted that we should ensure that all bids are paid in full at potential future auctions. And then we also talked about the 2 different funding mechanisms, aspects of compensation fishing and a fixed price. Under compensation fishing, we noted that we need to identify whether vessels involved in RSA harvesting should be tied to research. Is that a requirement or not? Something that we'll probably hear a little bit more about today, which I think is very important. State environmental police were burdened throughout this process, but not compensated. And then PIs, the principal investigators of some of these research studies, are responsible for ensuring vessels understand RSA requirements. There's some things we may want to work out there because the requirements for vessels kind of seem to fall on the permit holder and tying that to the vessel owner and then relating that back to research. There's some disconnect there that I think we'll hone in on. And then under the fixed price, thinking about if revenue generation is the primary objective, then a fixed price system may not be the best funding model for RSA moving forward. So after that, that kind of brings us to where we are today, talking about the goals of workshop 3 on enforcement. We have quite a few presentations set up before us today that'll be really clear and great to capture what went wrong, what recommendations we have moving forward, those sorts of things. And our main goal here is to identify and discuss those enforcement concerns tied to reporting, permitting, accounting, and monitoring and administration. Specifically, we want to define the problem, what went wrong. Can we find a way to minimize the administrative burden on states that's linked to these enforcement concerns? How can enforcement overall related to RSA be improved? And then ultimately recommend improvements that address those concerns. So prior to the RSA program suspension in 2014, we had a research set-aside committee. We no longer have this committee. It is now the Research Steering Committee. But they met in 2012 and discussed many of the enforcement concerns at the time. And they noted that landings made under the RSA program were not being properly tracked. This had major implications that were tied to the Council's omnibus ACL and accountability amendment. They noted that maximizing revenue through an auction presents administrative and enforcement challenges with respect to monitoring and accountability, and also indicated that RSA creates this sort of quasi-individual fishing quota system. Therefore, it deserves some special consideration. And then finally, Through the RSA program, vessels that are going out on an RSA trip must call in via the interactive voice response system 24 hours before and after a trip. But this leaves open opportunities for misreporting unless met by law enforcement on the water. So the 5 points on the screen were captured in a letter from the council to the regional administrator in 2012. And it seems to me as if we were on the right track with addressing a variety of enforcement concerns when the program was suspended. So incorporating a combination of these recommendations from 2012 and the recommendations from these workshops, we should be able to provide the Research Steering Committee and Council with enough material to make an informed recommendation on whether to redevelop the RSA program. So over the next few slides, I'm going to cover each of these recommendations in detail, followed by the responses that the Council received from the regional administrator of the Greater Atlantic region. So one of those first recommendations was to require a pre-landing notification via call-in through the IVR system that the vessel is landing RSA quota with an estimate of the RSA pounds to be landed by species at least an hour before returning to the dock. This recommendation was met with the following reply that the regional administrator agrees that a pre-landing notification would reduce the potential for underreporting quota. And then starting in 2014, which if you recall is the year that the program was suspended, they required vessels to call this IVR system an hour before and identify exactly the amount of landings that they would be taking and the port they would be landing in. So the recommendation was made and they made these adjustments. The program was still suspended at that point. The second recommendation was to require vessels to report the VTR serial number when calling into the IVR system when reporting RSA quota amounts landed. And the reply there was that the regional administrator agrees that federal vessels should submit their serial number through the IVR system, and that'll improve RSA monitoring and oversight. And they also noted that they encourage state marine resource agencies to require state-only permitted vessels to report through the ACCSP EVTR program, making sure all these reports are coming into the same general location, helping with the accounting and monitoring process. Third recommendation in that RSA program issues memo was to have NIMS implement a notification system via email or other real-time communication mechanism to alert law enforcement personnel about all vessel activity under the RSA program. And this is including trip and landing notifications that are received from vessels participating in the RSA program. And again, the regional administrator agreed that that notification system would enable access by enforcement personnel of RSA activities to improve their overall oversight. Therefore, NIMS will develop a system that alerts the enforcement community and other interested parties to RSA activities, ultimately helping ensure vessels are reporting properly. Again, this recommendation was made right around the time that the program was suspended. Didn't really see how things move forward with this. The fourth recommendation was to require commercial dealers who purchase RSA quota to report their RSA amounts purchased from vessels separately under commercial landing purchases. So this ultimately will improve the verification and accounting by National Marine Fisheries Service of the RSA amounts landed. And interestingly, the regional administrator noted that they're not going to adopt this recommendation as it would only capture a portion of RSA quota that is landed and would be challenging to implement effectively. And they noted it would not capture fish landed by party charter vessels or fish not sold to federally permitted dealers. Makes a good point here. Very interesting topic that we did cover, I believe, at least surface level at workshop 1, that I'm interested to hear more about the enforcement aspects about today, between RSA being open for recreational and commercial vessels as well. We want to be, as transparent as possible, have everyone be able to participate, but we need to be clear that the reporting mechanisms, the enforcement tied to reporting is going to be as efficient as possible. The fifth recommendation in that memo was that vessels participating in the RSA program should be required to possess a federal permit to harvest RSA quota. And in cases where RSA quota is to be harvested in state waters only, a state permit would be considered as meeting this requirement. And the regional administrator noted that the National Marine Fisheries Service does not have the authority to prevent an RSA grant recipient from partnering with non-state or federally permitted vessels to harvest RSA quota. However, those vessels would need to adhere to all the applicable fishing regulations as other vessels would too. So to this point, we've gone through many of the issues that were brought to the table during the RSA program issues memo back in 2014. Some of them were we developed recommendations and answers to moving forward, but we're left with a few different enforcement concerns today. I tried to highlight some of the main ones that come to light here. One of them being that RSA landings are reported as hail weight. This is very easy to underreport because hail weight is an estimate of pounds landed. Just something to keep in mind as we make our recommendations moving forward. Also, the on-the-water enforcement is definitely an undeniable way to track RSA landings and quota. However, if many of these vessels are not met by enforcement, RSA participants can state that not all of their landings are from RSA quota. And it calls into question, do we want to remove these combination fishing trips? And a combination fishing trip would be a trip where a vessel goes out, harvests some of their RSA quota, and then also harvests quota from, any other sort of federal fishing trip that they're going on. Something to think about as we move forward. And then finally, administrative burden when tracking permits, landings, and quota. And this is both on the federal and state side. We're making federal adjustments here. Any adjustments on the federal side will affect the states as well. And then lastly, kind of obvious here, but around 2014, when the program was suspended, council and state representatives noted the lack of sufficient enforcement resources, adding to the enforcement concerns and the issues that we saw. And then more from the administrative side, the final NEPA document that staff has to develop did not analyze the repercussions of RSA-related overages due to non-reporting. This was in Framework 1, which was developed prior to the 2006 reauthorization of the Magnuson Act, which includes the ACL and accountability measures requirements. And due to potential overages here, that jeopardizes our compliance with National Standard 1, preventing overfishing. And as you can see, over the years below, there's been quite a few criminal fines, restitution, community service payments, and court special assessments as a result of the research set aside program. So we want to do our part here today to try to address these concerns. And with that, just wanted to provide a brief overview. I'm happy to take any quick questions and make a note here that the in-person workshop, which was scheduled for November, has been postponed to February 16th, 2022, still at the same location. And happy to touch on that again at the end of this workshop. So thank you for your time. And Andy, I will turn back to you.
Okay, are there any quick questions for Matt before we move on? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. So we will turn to Lee Anderson. The SSC Economic Working Group has been developing a white paper, if you will, with a number of issues related to the RSA program and their analysis of them, and has been kind of teeing up the issues for each of these workshops. So we're turning to Dr. Lee Anderson now to for their input into the law enforcement aspects of the RSA program. So Lee, take it away.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound good.
Okay. My name is Lee Anderson, and I'm a member of the Economic Working Group of the SSC, and I'm happy to be here. I'd like to thank Mark Holliday, Paul Rago, Garrett DePiper, Jorge Holzer, and John Borman for comments on previous drafts of this PowerPoint. The goal of this, next slide, please. The goal of the enforcement workshop is to identify potential program modifications that could prevent recurrences of previous enforcement issues. I think that's a very good goal because it was the enforcement issues that stopped it before. I think the RSA program is an important program, and at minimum, we need to solve the things that fouled us up in the first place and get it running. Next slide, please. In my view, to meet this goal, we will need to do these 5 things. We're going to have to understand how monitoring and enforcement works. How did certain participants take more catch than they were entitled to? How did they get caught and what happened to them? Actually, that may not be as important as it will be exciting to listen to. How have the flaws and weaknesses in this system been fixed by Office of Law Enforcement and GARFO? And how can past programs and new ideas help us design a smaller RSA program? I have to say that I'm not going to talk about those things. That's going to be led by the OLE people who you're going to hear after me. So that brings us, excuse me, what is the role of economics in general, and specifically of the economics work group in this thing? Well, to be sure, Office of Law Enforcement and GARFO will lead and should lead the discussion. Economic analysis did play an important role in the first 2 workshops, but this one, not so much. It's more cops and crooks. But economics, next slide, please. Economics can make substantive contributions toward an understanding of the incentive structure of individuals using the RSA program to determine when and under what conditions individuals will likely subvert the system. Likely is an important word there. The main purpose of my presentation today will be to describe this incentive structure, because I think it is a useful background for working on improvements to the RSA enforcement structure. Next slide. We can initiate this discussion by describing the basics of what went wrong. You already heard a little of that, but basically, some people with RSA quota were taking trips, but not declaring the use of that quota unless inspected or challenged in some manner. It's more complicated and nuanced than that, but that is enough detail for now. You're going to hear a lot more of it as we go on. Next slide. Whoops, I think you went too far. There it is. That's the one. Sorry. The chain of thinking for individuals who are considering to abuse the system would likely go something like the following. If I fish with no intention of reporting unless physically inspected, what do I stand to gain? On the other hand, you know, economists can't talk if they can't say on the other hand. One-handed economists are all unemployed. On the other hand, what do I stand to lose? If the expected gains are greater than the expected losses, maybe I should go ahead with it. But if the expected gains are less than the expected losses, maybe I should not. And again, maybe is an important word there. This is a very interesting thing because the crime is not committed unless there's no report. A guy can get out in his boat, and I don't know all of this, but think of this as a guy trying to decide what to do. He goes out on his boat, he's got the permission to land, and he can say, if I don't get stopped, I don't have to land. At least I have that choice. And if he's got his stuff with him, he meets an officer, he simply says, top of the morning to you, officer, how are you doing? I'm just going ahead and here to report. But if he's not, does not come in contact with an inspector, then he's faced with a decision if he wants to cheat. And the potential gain is the extra value of the fish. The potential loss to that individual is the whole hassle of being busted, which we'll get into in a minute. All right, next slide, please. In formal terms, the case when there are incentives to break the law can be stated as this inequality here. The probability of punishment times the fine. If that's an inspected dollar out loss, and if the price of fish and the delta fish, the change in fish that you get from cheating, that's the expected gain. You have to remember the price of fish there is the price of illegal fish. And sometimes if you have to sell it under the table, it's less. Other times, if they're selling it in the off season, they may get more for it. But that's what the person is looking at. Okay, next slide, please. And it's really a little more complicated than that, because the probability of being punished is really the product of three probabilities: being caught, indicted, and convicted. Next slide. And probability of being caught is one where that is something where policy can change it. You have more inspections, more call-in rules, more enforcement of call-in rules, more boats in the water, more officers on the dock. All those increase the probability of being caught, but they cost money. Probability of being indicted, you've watched enough cop shows on TV to know that people make decisions. Are they gonna, do they think they have a good chance of convicting this person? What are their workloads, etc.? And then possibility of being convicted. These guys know how to do it. But all right, I guess I'm go to the slide 12, please. Convicted. There we are. That's one. And every time I see this, I am reminded of a case that I heard about in Alaska, and if it's not true, it should be, where the jury came back was a jury of the peers. And so the jury said, we find Fisherman Jones innocent, but he better not do it again. Okay, next slide. Economics does not have to be solely in terms of dollars. In fact, I think it's most useful when it goes beyond dollars. And so what we have is, oh, I think you skipped a slide. There we are. Thank you. It's the same sort of a thing, but the penalty can be a subjective cost. Doesn't have to be dollars, but it can be the cost of jail time, the implied cost of jail time, loss of social status, real cost of a lot of income. So remember, this doesn't just have to be in dollars. People are making decisions based on what they think they gain and lose on the whole. Okay, now, next slide, please. Economists would predict that in the aggregate, if this condition holds, there would be more abuse than there would be otherwise. Now, I'd like you to look at that a minute. That's what if economists look at that and said, if the potential gain of losing, what you're going to lose from cheating is less than what you're going to gain, people will do it. And that's what economists think, and I think that logic is there, but you have to remember that it's in the aggregate. In fact, empirical studies have shown that this is the case in fisheries and elsewhere. Also, they find that the rate of abuse increases as the difference between the gains and losses increases, and as the change of being punished decreases. I don't want to go into the literature, but I'll be happy to make it available to anybody that wants to look at it. But the phrase "in the aggregate" is very important, because economics is much more nuanced, as you all know, than simply looking at inequalities. And it's probably wouldn't be do very well in predicting individual behavior. Here's Misserman Jones. Here's the equation. Is he going to cheat or not cheat? It won't work very well on one particular individual. For one, let's see, move on, please. Next slide. Thank you. Whoops. For one thing, different people will likely have their own guess as to the exact size of the parameters to be punished, price of fish, and delta fish. For a second thing, the tendency of an individual to abuse this system will depend upon where his or her preferences lie on the risk continuum between risk takers and risk averters. That's a fancy way of saying some people are willing to take risk, other people are not willing to take risk, and you have to take that into account. And if they have different views of taking risks, facing the same inequality, they'll make different decisions. But more important, they will have their own subjective values associated with the penalty, which draws on their core values of right and wrong. This is very important. I'm sure that there are fishermen out there that will not cheat on any rule. And I hate to, I don't want to sound cynical, but I suspect there are some out there that would cheat often if they get a chance. People are ranged in different ways. Some people will never speed. Other people will only not speed if there's in a speed trap area. Okay, but for purposes here, it may be useful to consider the issues that may be subsumed in the aggregate analysis, but are important in broader view of individual behavior, because this will shine light on how we want to watch the the program. This inequality is important, but it's really more complicated than that. That gives incentives, and how people react to incentives can be different based on just their tendencies to take risk and their concepts of right and wrong. Here's all right, next slide. I'm sorry. I'm turning ahead here. It's a figure. Keep going. I'm sorry. I went in and turned my page and didn't tell you to. That's the one I'm on now. Thank you. This is a slide from an article by Sutton and Cooper about the full range of people's motivations. And you can see at the top, there's deterrence and illegal gains that they compare. But over on the right, there's that moral obligation, which is something that you have to include. And that talks about legitimacy. And legitimacy can be looked at in terms of the process or outcomes. And another one that is important is moral development. I used to think when I heard this studying pollution control, moral suasion. Moral suasion ain't gonna work. But you know what? It does. And there's something very interesting about moral suasion. It's cheap. You just put up signs. But think about Smokey the Bear. Think about litter bugs. There's all those public things that can change the way people behave. You really don't see people littering the way they used to do. And this perhaps could be used in fact, I believe it should be used when we start using the RSA. Come on, guys. This RSA is for our benefit. We get research out of it. It's our fish. Let's stick to the rules. So just to summarize a little of these last couple of points, the legitimacy of a fishery management process, as seen by fishermen, may depend upon how the council and NOAA's ability to provide for favorable accomplishment of the stated goals of management. Is the fishery performing as intended or as advertised? If it is, there's going to be more people who will stick to the rules. Is the fishery management compliance system operating fairly and observed to be operating fairly? Is the enforcement procedure and legal system perceived to lead to justice? If people think people get away with, other people get away with it, they'll have more of a tendency to get away with it. Well, what can be done to prevent? Thank you for going ahead. What can be done? Unlike the policy choices that Matt was talking about, there was a lot of policy that the council had that we had to make in that workshop. Here, there aren't very many because the rules and regs of operating and monitoring the system are in most part determined by budgeting and regulatory constraints. Next slide. Here's the another picture of this, but the policy variables that follow from this analysis are the probability of capture and the amount of the penalty. Unfortunately, these cannot be freely chosen by OLE, GARFA, or the Mid-Atlantic Fisheries Management Council. They can have some, but I don't think it's going to be a good idea to say increase the fine. Although I have to admit, Paul Rago is one of our guys who's really not an economist, but he's on the economics working group. And as he was reading this over, he wrote me a side memo and said, well, you know, what you ought to do is just increase the penalty because that doesn't cost anything. And but you'll get the same thing. The penalty will be higher without any cost. And of course, economists have often said that that's the way to handle it. And so we'll have to congratulate Paul for coming in to be a good economist. But we have to remember that that can't work either because the judge is going to heck of a time convicting somebody of a very high fine for swiping a few fish. That's one of the problems with fisheries enforcement. All right, what can be done to prevent the recurrence of problems? Now, notwithstanding the main policy tools are out of our hands, there are plenty of topics which participant income will be useful, and I'm sure are going to be introduced as we proceed with the agenda. My next slide. What I would suggest is while listening to these presentations, think back to the basic inequality regarding incentives. My hope is that as we listen to these and listening to the logic of the OLE people, which is in more detail than this, we can come up with some better some solutions. I have learned many critical things and also important nuances from discussions around the docks, and I think we can do that here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Are there any questions from the panelists or comments from the panelists about Lee's presentation? Dan? Dan, are you?
Sorry
muted?
about that.
Okay.
Yeah, great presentation, Lee, putting some common sense things that are all in our head into formulas. I really do appreciate that. One thing that I want to talk about this afternoon is a kind of a spoiler alert is when you talked about the legitimacy, the perception of legitimacy affecting compliance with fishery management plans. I think one of the ripple effects of non-compliance with RSA programs is the effect on non-RSA fishermen in their willingness to comply to existing rules. So if an RSA vessel is exempt from certain rules and the perception among the competing vessels that they're not complying, true or whether it's true or false, there's also that other effect. And we'll be talking about that this afternoon.
And I certainly agree with that. And I also agree with your notion of economics. It's just common sense with a couple of equations.
Adam?
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. Is the Economic Working Group in preparation for their later to be delivered reports taking any of the equations you've provided here today and tried to fit any data from recent years of known violations when the RSA program was still in existence to actually try to quantify some of what might have occurred using some of these equations?
Adam, to the best of my knowledge, that hasn't been done, but I can find in the literature many studies, and some of them will be on fisheries, but some of them will be on similar sorts of things. And the results were that for the most part, it supports that people, in the aggregate, you're not predict an individual, but in the aggregate, if you have that higher inequality, the inequality is greater, there's going to be more cheating than there would be otherwise. And I can make that available to you, Adam, if you'd like.
And if I could follow up, I don't think there's any challenging and certainly none intended in my question of the assertions in this presentation. I think what I was really looking for was some quantification of what occurred in the past, so we have a quantifiable understanding of the magnitude of what took place. So that we would have an understanding of what the bounds were, what were the risks that these fishermen assumed to be taking versus what the rewards might have been. And that would help inform us in the future as to when that balance swings in one direction or the other. So that's really what I was looking for, not to challenge any of the assertions that were made here today. Thank you.
I didn't take it as a challenge. I just said we do not have as far as I know, studies of this fishery. Thank you.
Emerson?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Lee, for that presentation. Very informative. I think some of the probabilities, though, in your equation have changed since we've seen the results of law enforcement activities. I think during a good portion of the RSA program, the perception was that the probability of being caught was low, the probability of being punished was low, and whatever penalty might be imposed was probably lower, unknown. And I think that's because, it took time for law enforcement to build its case or cases. We'll learn more later today, but I think it took probably a couple of years to build those cases, during which time, some fishermen knew that other fishermen were cheating and not being caught or not being punished. But, now that all of those cases have been pursued and there's been, penalties, large fines, people going to prison, I think the probability factors in your equation are going to be changed if we go forward with RSA, and it may tilt toward the side of there's a less of an incentive to cheat. I don't know. Do you have any comments or thoughts on that, Lee?
Yes, I agree with that completely. I think all the news we get on the cod father and everything else, and people in the fisheries magazine, boats are being sold. Yes, I think people may be a little, if they are considering those things, they're going to be very much more aware of there's a chance that they're going to be embarrassed. and punished.
Great, thank you, Lee. Mark?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. That's a very concise presentation. I applaud your work there. Following up on Emerson's comment about probabilities, I think there's also a factor, and I'd like to hear what you think about the probability changing over time with respect to the sophistication of reporting and record keeping. I think things have changed over time. 10 or 15 years ago, through the evolution of record keeping and reporting, and what might be changing in the future as far as electronic reporting, different data collection techniques that would improve the likelihood of getting accurate data, more timely data, more sophistication. And then as an example, in the RSA program for scallops, they use electronic reporting and the vessel tracking system as a means of collecting data. So those kinds of advances in reporting might improve the probability of detecting RSA activity in the future much more accurately and more timely. That would also increase that probability. Would that be a factor as well in the collection of data?
Are you asking me or Emerson?
I'm asking you as a observation. That would be a
No.
factor in the probability as well, correct?
Oh, I agree 100%. And that just goes to show that I guess some of the things that we can come out in the February workshop is to increase record keeping, and not just in the records, but so that it's in the public eye.
Great. Thanks, Mark and Lee. That's a good question. I'm sure we'll be talking about that later. Are there any other questions for Lee? We've got a couple minutes. Do any of the members of the public have a question or a comment for Lee? Okay, I don't see any. So we'll move on with our agenda. And how do you, okay, pulling up that presentation. So Ryan Silva has been giving us some background on the way that the RSA program is being prosecuted in the Northeast. And so he's going to continue on in this workshop and present us with some information on the catch accounting and monitoring aspects of RSA. So Ryan, let's see, whose presentation? Matt, are you pulling the presentation up?
No, Andy, I'm going to share my screen.
Oh, Ryan is, okay.
Can you see my screen okay?
It looks good, yes.
Great. Well, hi, everyone. Thank you. So for those of you that don't know me, I'm Ryan Silva. I work at the regional office. I manage the research set-aside programs, and I also manage our research permitting programs. And when it comes to RSA, there's a very close link between the grants and the permitting and the compensation fishing. So this is a very brief presentation. It's about 15 minutes talking about permits, some of the, our processes, and also how we monitor compensation fishing activity. So to start, we've discussed this before, during the funding workshop, but the RSA programs depend on these financial incentives that industry has for these compensation fishing opportunities. So they're willing to pay for those opportunities. That money pays for the research. Those incentives come in the form of effort control exemptions. And for the Mid-Atlantic program, when the program was operating, the exemptions we were regularly authorizing were exemption from possession limits, quota closures, and recreational fishing seasons. In terms of the process for obtaining a permit, it's a requirement for the grant recipient to request an EFP, an engaging permit, that allows these vessels to do this activity. So that once they submit that request, it goes into our Sustainable Fisheries Division for processing. Our EFP process, just very briefly, includes soliciting public comment and looking at the potential impacts of those exemptions and activities under laws such as the Endangered Species Act. We look at, the project relative to NEPA and other applicable laws. Generally, the compensation fishing permit is very standardized. It's something that does, these are exemptions that are afforded to all of the projects. They typically are the same from year to year, but that doesn't mean they can't and don't change. Once the review process is complete, we'll issue the permit to the applicant and include a set of reporting instructions for the vessel operator to follow. We also will distribute that permit to OLE, the Coast Guard, states, and a list of other interested parties. The EFPs themselves, they're pretty simple documents. They're typically a 2-page PDF that captures information like the vessel operator, the exemptions the vessel has, when they're able to operate under the EFP, a list of terms and conditions, which include the reporting requirements, and the permit must be signed by the vessel operator and the principal investigator, recognizing or acknowledging that they will follow the terms and conditions. At that point, assuming the project period it's within the project period, vessels can start taking trips, and that's when the process for kind of monitoring those activities happens. And for the most part, that is happening within GARFO, within offices within GARFO. Certainly OLE, the states, and the grantee also have a role in supporting the monitoring of the harvest and the set aside. I think this will get more discussion hopefully this afternoon. But the permitting, we have a pretty big permitting program for research projects out of GARFO. I would say the compensation fishing permitting for RSA programs tends to be the most burdensome and time consuming, just because oftentimes there's a high number of vessels and lots of activity occurring under these projects that we need to keep track of. But it's time consuming for not just processing the applications, which includes multiple line offices within NOAA and the review process. But there's also a lot of correspondence with the PIs and the state agency staff, particularly with respect to the Mid-Atlantic RSA. Once the permits have been issued, there's frequently vessels, operator changes. Those changes take time. And monitoring the activity is a heavy lift. And we have staff within our APSD that lead on that process, but there's lots of people involved in supporting it. And it's, as we know, that's an essential component to having a successful RSA program, to document the catch and make sure the vessels are following the rules. So that monitoring includes, identifying where things are not being done properly and resolving those issues. I included this table in my last presentation. I thought it was appropriate to put it in here too. And the reason I put it in here is to demonstrate. So this table is vessels that participated in Mid-Atlantic RSA compensation fishing in 2014. The last year the program was operating, and there was a lot of vessels involved. Those vessels, there's a pretty wide diversity of vessels in terms of the permits they had and the fisheries they participated in, and there was a lot of trips. And I think kind of this meshes with Lee's presentation in that the more vessels you have, the more trips you have, the harder it is to administer the program, the permitting program, and the harder it is to monitor and keep track of what vessels are doing and whether they're following the rules. And, as that ability goes down, the likelihood that someone might be caught for doing something wrong goes up. So briefly, the reporting requirements. So when a vessel is operating under a EFP, there's additional reporting requirements beyond what they normally do, depending on how that vessel typically reports. They'll be either using a VMS or our online IVR system to submit RSA trip reports. For every trip that they go out, they need to submit a pre-trip report and a pre-land report. The reports include information about what project the vessel is operating under, who the operator is, what VTR they'll be landing under, when and where the vessel is going to be landing, and in the case of the pre-land report, how much RSA quota they have on the vessel. Currently, the reporting instructions, and this doesn't quite mesh with the memo from John Bullard quite a while ago, but the current requirements for the pre-land is 6 hours. The pre-land report must be submitted 6 hours prior to landing or once fishing is over. And I guess a couple of comments, with respect to the Mid-Atlantic program and at least how it was operating several years ago. It's my impression that, most vessels are not steaming 6 hours to the fishing grounds. They're operating much closer to port. So meeting that 6 hour requirement is, probably not going to happen for most vessels. And if I don't know if this is still the case, but there weren't very many vessels with VMS when the program was operating in the mid. And in order for us to receive a online IVR report, they need to have cell reception. So if they're operating in an area or landing in an area that doesn't have good cell reception, we're not going to get that pre-land report, which would be a concern for us. This is a very, very high level overview of our audit process. There's folks, I do not manage the audit process. We have folks on the call that can help if there's questions or more detailed questions about how it works. But this is it in a nutshell. We take the RSA trip reports and we integrate that information with VTR data and dealer reports to corroborate the information that we're receiving. We go through and are looking to make sure that those reports include all of the information that they're supposed to. If they're not, they're flagged, and there's, we will look into that issue to resolve it. And similarly for data quality, if there's information there that doesn't make sense or doesn't add up, we'll flag it and it'll go into a process for resolving that issue. This information is summarized in weekly reports that's circulated within the regional office. That captures all of the RSA compensation fishing activity, what the landings were, and any issues that were identified and what the status is of that issue relative to it being resolved. Again, relatively straightforward, but when we do find something that it needs to be addressed, we will be communicating with the vessel operator. Frequently, that will include outreach to the principal investigator as well. We want to make sure that there's an awareness for the grant recipient about how their vessels are performing relative to the program requirements. They frequently will also get involved in communicating with the vessel. We want to make sure that everybody understands what the requirements are and what the implications are for not following them. Occasionally, we'll refer issues to the Office of Law Enforcement, and we, if things just aren't, if the requirements aren't being met, we will remove vessels from the permit. Matt touched on this a little bit to start the day. And there's some redundancy between these next couple slides, so bear with me. But these changes are not new. These changes have been around for actually quite a while, but with respect to when the program really was, the Mid-Atlantic program was operating, there's the pre-land report, which I think we all recognized that the way the program was working previously, that the vessel had to tell us within 24 hours after landing what was harvested was a loophole for abuse. We have additional data elements that they need to provide to us, and that is information like VTR number, time and location of landing, things like that. We've done more to standardize our trip audit procedures so that there's a little more structure there. We've put more onus now on the operator in terms of making sure that they have a relatively clean slate when it comes to violation history, and also that they are the one that's responsible for doing the reporting. And we have a compliance policy that essentially guides our process for dealing with issues of non-compliance when it comes to reporting. So this slide is something that flags checkpoints in terms of steps that we have that I think are particularly relevant to having a compliant program. The first that some of the folks on this call may be aware of, some may not, but the regional office has a vessel cap policy that limits the number of vessels that will allow to be issued on a compensation fishing permit. This was established probably around 2012, 2013, something like that. It really was in response to the Mid-Atlantic program specifically because the burgeoning number of vessels that were being used to harvest set aside, but really was to manage the burden on our administrative capacity, but also our ability to monitor and oversee the vessels that had these permits. Before we issue a permit, all vessels and vessel operators go through a history violation check. So if they have a violation history that rises to a certain level, we will not issue that vessel a permit. Certainly the terms and conditions are an important component for demonstrating what the requirements are to participate in the program. And I think having those individuals responsible for those terms and conditions sign the permit makes it self-evident of what the requirements are. Again, the trip audit procedures are critical in terms of monitoring the activity and trying to ensure that the participants are following the rules. I think good communication with the operator and the PI has been helpful in terms of improving compliance. And lastly, again, if vessels are not able to follow the rules, we have a process in place to remove them, and we've been doing that on occasion. And I think that, again, going back to Lee's presentation, I think there's relevance there. I think as it has become apparent that we will remove vessels from permits, that permit compliance has improved. So just a couple of thoughts to wrap up. One, the program as it's constructed depends on these exemptions that the industry are willing to pay for. These financial incentives, they can be abused. We've seen that, and we need to figure out how to reduce the opportunity for abuse. I think we've done that, but I think there's probably more that could be done. But certainly it's critical to have good vessel monitoring and oversight procedures. I think containing the number of participants is important. And I think it's a sensitive subject when it comes to limiting the participation. But I think it's something that's necessary. There's been discussion of other program constraints. Matt, you mentioned a point from the letter from Bullard, NIMS not having authority to kind of determine who can participate in the program or not. I think that's something that probably is worth revisiting because, I think, certainly our ability to enforce the program is a critical part of our consideration for issuing exempted fishing permits. So other constraints like that have been discussed, things like a vessel must have VMS and other requirements, I think are worth discussing. I think I know going back to when the program was operating, there was a ton of communication. I think that communication is essential. I think if the program did come back, I think it would be important to maybe assess that structure and process so that, that communication is a little bit more efficient. So I guess I'll leave with the fact that we do have limited resources to manage these permits, to provide the oversight. So that's a big part of this workshop is enforcement and whether there are resources available to adequately enforce the program. I think, I don't know if it was the last workshop or the first one. I think it was the last one where Jorge was talking about the program objectives, and there's primary and secondary. And I think it's important to focus on the primary objective, which is supporting research that's contributing to the council's ability to manage their fisheries. And a big part of that is the generation of money. So with that, I will conclude my presentation. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Are there any questions for Ryan? Dan?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. I just have a general question. You showed a lot of photographs of monkfish and scallop trips. Is it safe to assume that a lot of the successful RSA compensation fishing trips are discrete trips where there isn't a blending of a vessel participating in a normal fishery under normal rules of access, but are exclusively trips that are landing RSA product at this point? And then I have a follow-up.
Thanks, Dan. So monkfish is only dedicated compensation fishing. So they're on an RSA day at sea. So they need to declare that day at sea before they leave port. There's been a lot of that program is currently struggling because of the lack of interest from industry to use days at sea or purchase days at sea. And there's interest, and this is a new interest in making it more flexible so that they don't necessarily have to be on a RSA day at sea. So kind of moving in the direction of having a blended commercial / RSA trip. With scallop, there's also, and there's folks on the call that can speak to it more if I don't get this accurate, but generally speaking, they're dedicated compensation trips. So scallops are going out and only harvesting RSA quota, but that's certainly been changing over the recent years. And now there's few vessels that will take an allocated vessel trip and the overage will be claimed as RSA quota. But that's, I think combination trips do present enforcement challenges. And, I'm not familiar enough with the Mid-Atlantic fisheries and how they're managed and whether having dedicated only compensation trips would work. So if that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. My second unrelated question is, do you know if state enforcement agencies have access to the IVR in real time?
I'm not sure. Matt referenced an app that we created, and this was really specific to the Mid-Atlantic RSA, so I don't think that app really is getting much use, which was available to enforce our enforcement, but I don't know if someone can answer whether the state agents would also be able to access that system. But so okay. I guess I'm not sure. They probably could be if they're not, but.
Sure. All right, we can look into that as a result of this. So thank you for those answers.
Thanks, Dan. Any other questions or comments from the panelists about Ryan's presentation? Anything he brought up in the presentation? Not seeing any from the panelists. Are there any questions from the public that may have a question for Ryan? Okay, not seeing any. I actually do want to go back to both Ryan and Lee. I guess Mark actually in his question brought up the prospect of electronic reporting, and does this improve some of these compliance aspects now that we're going to completely electronic VTRs and so forth? And of course, Ryan, you talked about the IVR system and everything. What are people's thoughts about that? Does the electronic reporting that we're doing or starting to do in this day and time address the questions that came up in 2012 from the Mid-Atlantic Council related to enforcement? Any thoughts on that? See, Sean.
Yes, I think that mandatory electronic reporting would be a big help if that they have to submit their VTR beforehand. This way they can't edit it like they would in the past by just adding a 0 to the end of the numbers they had as we walk down the dock. So it is a big benefit, and have also we if make them declare the port that and dock that they plan on offloading in that document as well. So if we catch them somewhere else, then we will know that it'll make us believe that they're looking to get rid of extra fish before they reach their final destination.
Okay, thank you. Dewey? Dewey, are you muted? We're not hearing you, Dewey. Unmute now. There you go. Still not hearing you. Can't hear you, Dewey. You're not coming through.
And type your question into the chat as well, Dewey.
Yeah. Okay. Dewey's going to type his question into the chat, or maybe try to get his audio working. Any other thoughts about electronic reporting and how it might impact some of the enforcement concerns that were brought up in the 2012 review from the Mid-Atlantic Council of the RSA program? Let's see, Maureen?
Thank you, Andy. I wanted to say that I think electronic reporting, especially if it's done before they offload or at the dock, would be a huge benefit because they would be sending in the information on what they have on the boat, or even law enforcement would see it. So if law enforcement was to come to their vessel afterwards, what's on the boat would have to comply with what was given electronically. So I think that is a definite benefit that we did not have in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Any other thoughts? Let's see, Dewey typed in the chat, is a PI tied to every RSA boat? Ryan, can you answer that question?
Yes, yes. So the PI is listed at the head of the permit, and within that permit, there's a table that includes the vessels.
Okay. And I guess going back to the last workshop, Ryan, to follow up on that, is the PI responsible for the enforcement of the quota?
The vessels are operating independent usually of the PI, so they're not, on the vessel. Our expectation is that the researchers are doing their due diligence with ensuring the vessels understand the requirements of participating in the program, are responsive to us when there's issues, and communicating with them, that sort of thing. But, if a vessel chooses to, violate the regulations or the terms and conditions, generally speaking, I don't think that's going to be on the shoulders of the PI. If that answers your question.
Yeah, there was a follow-up question from Dewey actually, but yes, that answers it, I think. Let's see, Kate Wilkie?
Thanks. This might be a naive question, but I think I've heard it alluded to in some of our past workshop conversations, and I was thinking about the presentation where talking about the EFPs and sort of the the burden of administrative burden associated with processing a lot of those, and then thinking about the enforcement side, and Dewey's question about PIs for the project being associated with the EFP. And I just wonder if some of the issues might be avoided if the fishing were kind of directly related to the project, in that a researcher was on board. I guess it would lend to different types of research, and it would maybe not be as lucrative in terms of monetary value. But if you thought about research fishing just with the researcher on board, and maybe it could be done under a letter of authorization instead. And so maybe that would avoid some of the problems, but that would be really kind of a different type of research set aside program. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I'm less familiar with this issue than some folks, but I've done collaborative research in the past in different places, and I think it was probably more small scale and generated less economic value, but the fishing was done with researchers on board, and then that fishing covered the crew, captain, boat costs, plus the cost of the research. So just throwing that out there. And it's a thought that I had. Thanks.
Thanks, Kate. Adam?
Thanks very much. So looking at and thinking about why we're here, develop recommendations with workshop participant input. We've spent a lot of time going over issues. We've heard some proposed revisions. We've gone through a number of the topics that had been weighed in on previously by the regional administrator. We also have information from what's been done in New England as they've assessed their program. So I'll put this question out there to you now, Ryan, and I will likely ask it 3 more times today. Do you believe we have enough proposed revisions on the table, and then ultimately at our final workshop and through the committee and council, we just need to decide which ones to implement that are most appropriate to the Mid-Atlantic to be successful? Or on the federal RSA catch accounting and monitoring side, do you think we have a lot of work to do in developing new approaches and revisions in order to be successful moving forward?
Thanks, Adam. So we have 2 other RSA programs that are operating. A lot of those vessels have VMS, which I think is an important distinction, but the process is the same as what would be applied to the Mid-Atlantic program. I don't know how many of the folks on this in the workshop today were involved with the program back in 2012, 13, 14. But back then, the regional administrator of the regional office was confident that we had developed a robust, oversight process to enable an effective program. So I think there are some nuances with the Mid-Atlantic program that it would be good to, focus in on, like the ability for vessels to submit pre-land reports, whether, a dedicated, whether the program could succeed with having dedicated compensation fishing trips versus blended compensation fishing trips, things like that. But I do think, and if other folks have thoughts, but that from the regional office perspective, we do feel confident that the programs are adequately overseen. But I guess the last point that I'll make is it's also, I think important for us to consider the importance of having the program structured as simply as possible, so that we do have the administrative capacity to manage the permit process and oversee the fishing activity. So I hope that was helpful.
Okay,
So
thanks, Ryan.
yeah,
Go ahead,
if I
Ryan.
can,
Go ahead, Adam.
yeah, thanks very much, Andy. No, I think it was. I think what it says to me is that there's a level of comfort at the federal level with regards to the catch accounting and monitoring that we've learned enough that we should know how to proceed. And again, it's just a matter of selecting what's most appropriate to us. I suspect that answer may not be the same as we go through the other conversations we're going to have this afternoon. I think the troubles were probably greater in other areas, not to dismiss the problems at the federal catch accounting and monitoring level, but I think we might hear different answer to that later on. But thanks, appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam. Mark Holliday.
Thanks. So Adam, I think it's still a little premature to draw that conclusion because we don't still yet have any objectives set for the RSA. And as we've talked about in the first two workshops, depending on what you set as the goals for the RSA for the Mid-Atlantic, you could have a really wide range of reach as to what you're trying to achieve. And that could have very strong consequences for the record keeping, reporting, and catch accounting. And so just a minute ago, we talked about a model where if you're going to require PIs to be on vessels, that's like a cooperative research program versus an RSA program. That has a quite a different implication for catch accounting and reporting versus RSA. If you're going to decouple research, RSA catch from the collection of data, there's lots of implications for that. So there's a wide range of implications about the catch accounting, and so I think there may be a whole host of different opportunities about whether to include VMS, not to include VMS, what these implications might be. The regional office, and I'm not trying to speak for Ryan, I mean, that's not my job, but I think it's kind of premature to say everything's set at the federal level. I think the answer to me would be well, it depends what your objectives are, because there's going to be a whole host of financial implications, regulatory implications, procedural implications, depending on what that ultimate program looks like. And that ultimate program is going to depend on what those objectives are. And once we nail those objectives down, only then can we begin to really flesh out what those consequences are. And that's sort of what some of the economic questions we've been struggling with, to give you really specific answers to, because we can't give you those specific answers until we have those things nailed down. One other observation while I have the floor, and that's this question about, do we have, I mean, all these implications about design and implementation cost money. And we've talked about, well, we're generating funds to conduct research, and this has consequence for the administration and the application of enforcement and the administration of issuing exempted fishing permits. We've heard Ryan say, we're stretching the envelope into what their program can afford to accomplish. We haven't talked anything about using some of the asset value of these quota to set aside some of that money for enforcement or administration. And I don't know if that's anywhere on our radar screen to talk about as part of a regenerated RSA, but we're using the asset value to pay for the research in the form of conducting and paying for PIs and vessel time. Well, what about setting aside some of that asset value to pay for the enforcement and monitoring administration costs of an RSA program? Are we going to try to have a discussion of that at some point from a policy standpoint, from a legal standpoint? Is that on the table for discussion at some point during the 4 workshops?
Thanks, Mark. If that isn't discussed during this workshop, I'm sure it'll come up again, in the final workshop. You've got your hand up again. Go ahead.
No, thank you. I'm good.
All right. Any other thoughts or questions about either Ryan's presentation or the discussion of whether electronic reporting will help to alleviate some of the enforcement concerns? Any thoughts on, oh, Dan?
Yeah, just to follow up on Maureen's comment, I would agree with Maureen that real-time VTR reporting would help a lot. But while I'm not an environmental police officer, I think the on-scene situation when a vessel is aware that there's not an enforcement officer present means that it would be not helpful if the boat was able to, or the captain was able to fill it out while tied up at the vessel when that individual assesses what kind of heat is around. So I think as a typical VTR, I think it has to be done before entering port. So I wouldn't want that to be done at the pier.
Ryan?
Just to kind of along that train of thought, so RSA vessels have additional reporting requirements beyond the VTR, so they'll still be submitting their EVTR, but they'll also be still submitting their RSA pre-land report, whether that's done through VMS or through the online app for Garfield's Fish Online service. So I guess I'm interested, and I don't know if this happens during this workshop or when, but I'm interested in folks' thoughts on, what the ability for most vessels to successfully submit a pre-land report at least 1 hour before they enter port. And I guess that's mostly with respect to, self-service within the region where vessels are operating, and also the proximity of fishing grounds to the landing port.
Okay, I'm going to go to, I'm not going to lose that question, Ryan. I'm going to go to Tony first.
I'm fine if Ryan's question gets answered first, and then I can follow up. It doesn't matter. Either way works, Andy.
Okay, go ahead and keep your hand up. Don't
Okay.
take it down. Emerson, are
Will
you going to
do.
respond to Ryan's question?
Yes, I am. I think rather than asking how many vessels we think can comply, I think we just make it a requirement. If you want to participate in the RSA program, you have to be able to submit whatever it is we want to require, right? An EVTR 1 hour before landing. We can also require that the vessel have VMS. There's going to be certain things that we're going to have to put in place. And if you want to participate, you're going to have those things. And if you don't have them, then you can't participate.
Thanks, Emerson. Are there any other thoughts about Ryan's question about pre-land report? Okay, I want to go back to you, Tony.
Thanks, Andy. I just was curious, Ryan, how do all of the recreational vessels have VTRs? I know that some state vessels do not, and so I was just curious how the state vessels report electronically.
Thanks, Tony. I really can't answer. I looked at other folks on the call. I'm not familiar with that, but I guess before I jump off, just kind of flagging that, there were issues and lots of conversation previously around recreational, vessels and the ability to monitor a quota through those vessels and the burden that provided, put on the states in particular. And then also we had, state-only vessels. There's less federal authority over what those vessels are allowed to do. So I think just putting that out there, that I think it would be good to have conversations around the enforceability of state-only vessels and charter party vessels in the program. But with respect to how state-only or charter party vessels submit EVTRs, I can't answer that.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Any other thoughts about any of these items that we've been discussing, the pre-land reports, recreational reporting? Jason?
Yes, to answer Tony's question, a lot of the state vessels, specifically the for-hire vessels, do not have VMS.
Go ahead, Tony.
Thanks, Andy. And I guess I was also thinking VTRs, but in this conversation, I think that the electronic reporting helps a lot for the commercial fleet. I just think it's more complicated with the recreational fleet in general, in particular when it comes to even knowing the total poundage of fish caught as well.
I do know from the federal species in the Mid-Atlantic Council, the recreational community is required to report electronically for tile fish. So I don't know if that lends itself to utility in the RSA program or not. Sean?
Yeah, New York for-hire vessels are required to report according to the federal requirements or if they don't have a federal permit, then they have to report according to the state requirements. But we'd have to make sure that they have to report to us, either way after in this program. There is one exemption to the way ours is written, that HMS does not require, and some other federal species don't require direct reporting. So if they have that permit, the way our language is, they're not required to then report in New York State. It just says if you have a federal permit, you follow those rules.
I guess my question is to the states, how many of the states with state-only permits actually require VTRs? I don't think there's that many states that require VTRs, is my point. So you lose the electronic reporting in that side of the fishery.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Any other thoughts or thoughts about that, or any of the items that we have been discussing? Dewey, are you back? Can you get your audio going, Dewey?
How about this? Can you hear me now?
You sound good.
All right. Yeah, I agree with some of Emerson's comments that you set the requirements to participate, and if you want to participate in the RSA, then you'll fulfill the requirements, and if you don't have to participate. So that would be the the standard of making this something that was different before, is writing out the requirements that you have to this and however it may be, and if you want to participate, you'll fulfill them requirements that allows you to be part of the RSA or whatever it is. And if you don't, whether it's a state, federal, whatever it is, then you don't have to do that.
Great, thanks, Dewey. Paul?
Thank you. Yeah, I also agree with Dewey and Emerson. Also, I'm just trying to think through this here. Would there be a way to have participants fill out federal EVTRs and just giving them random permit numbers for the for the program, just so they're filling something out and there's a little accountability?
Any thoughts to Paul's suggestion, Ryan?
State-only vessels were given reporting instructions, and we had to, set up our systems to allow them to report. and us to document which vessel that was. So in a sense, we were doing that, but it was not a VTR, it was an RSA trip report. You know, I wouldn't speak, I'm not sure whether we would do something similar for a VTR for the only vessels, but again, we're, you know, largely relying on the RSA trip report information, and then also dealer data as a corroborating data source. And I guess just since I have the mic, just briefly, you know, when the program was suspended in 14, we did have the pre-land 1 hour requirement, and kind of with what Emerson mentioned, it was a requirement. You know, in order to participate in the program, you had to have the ability to meet that requirement. So I think that and possibly other requirements would follow this approach.
Thanks, Ryan. Maureen?
Thank you. So sort of in response to Emerson and then Paul, in the past, if there were requirements for a vessel to participate in the state RSA program, they didn't get in if they didn't make the requirements. You know, it was one way to sort of, you know, filter out boats that wouldn't be able to function properly. But we did have requirements that we set in place, and we made all of our applicants meet. For most boats, that didn't seem to be difficult. And as to reporting, any vessel that wanted to participate in the RSA program from New York had to give in VTRs, all of them, commercial and party charter. And then obviously they also had to report in on the IVR system. So I think we were pretty insistent with the applicants that they report their RSA landings and to separate their RSA landings from any other routine landings that they might have on board during that trip. You know, I think that we have control over. We can tell them you have to do VTRs. We can tell them you have to meet our requirements to get to the program. For us, I mean, that wasn't exactly where we had most problems.
Thanks, Maureen. Dan?
Just to follow up with a question to Ryan. Ryan, I think you described a system where federal permits were issued, federal exempted fishing permits were issued to federally permitted boats, but didn't the RSA auction sell some quota to boats that didn't have federal permits?
There were some, I don't have, there were some.
Yeah, I don't need to know the number.
No, there were some vessels that didn't have federal permits. We did not issue them in EFP, but we issued them reporting instruction. They require, if I recall correctly, it's been a while, but yeah. I know the states were issuing those vessels permits in order for them to do what they were doing.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions or comments about anything we've talked about this morning from the panel members? If not, I want to turn to the public. Does anybody from in the public have question or comment about anything that's been discussed so far regarding enforcement? Okay, any other thoughts? We're about 10 minutes away from our scheduled lunch break. Is there any particular issue that people want to discuss in those 10 minutes that won't be coming up in the afternoon session? Jason?
Yeah, you know, I don't have clarity on this, and I mean, I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've been in the field, and electronic reporting has come out, you know, since I was in the field. So I don't know the answer to this question, and I'm hoping at some point we can clarify this. But when electronic reporting first came out on the commercial sector, I remember I had serious concerns that there was they had a 48-hour window to report their fishing activity. And I believe currently on the recreational party charter sector as well, I'm still under the understanding that they have 48 hours to submit their fishing trip if they're a federally permitted vessel. I think they could have something up on the screen if they needed to, but they're not locked into that. Not like when you take pen to paper on a handwritten VTR. And that was always a concern of mine. And, not being in the field for quite a few years now, I don't know if somebody from OLE or maybe Sean Riley from New York could clarify that so we're all on the same page.
Okay, does anybody want to respond to Jason's question?
Electronic reporting that went into effect for the party charters a few years ago. They close out their trip before they get back to dock, so those numbers are locked. And then they do have time till they have cell service to actually communicate, or internet service to communicate it. But the information is locked into a document that's already submitted to Fish Tank, and we can see that information even before we board the boat. It's live, available as soon as they communicate it. But either way, we can go into their device and see all closed out trips, whether or not they've been submitted to the Fish Tank yet.
That's barring that they don't have any problems.
Yeah, just like with the call-in, people will show us phones that say, "Look, I called your state number 3 times and I never got anyone, so that's why it doesn't show up in your system that I called in." So, yeah, but they can close out the trip at any point, and the information is locked. Whether or not it's been sent to Fish Tank doesn't matter to the trip being ended.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other thoughts about that item or any other items from this morning? All right. Adam and Michelle, are you okay if we move on to lunch right now? Do you have any thoughts?
No, hi Andy, this is Michelle. No, I think if nobody else has any other comments or questions from the public, I think we're good to give everybody a few extra minutes for lunch.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We have a full agenda coming up this afternoon. We're going to have what are we scheduled for? A 45-minute lunch period. So once everybody get back at 12:45, and we'll try to start right on time, because again, I think there's a lot of things to cover this afternoon, and we might end up short on time. So at 12:45, everybody be back. Thank you.
Hey Andy, this is Matt. Just want to let you know that I'm in front of my computer and ready to start once everyone gets back at 12:45.
Hi, Matt. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hi, it's Maureen. So I haven't been able to email you. Looks like the document's too big, so I'll try presenting from here.
Yeah, so what we'll have you share your screen, Maureen. So do you want to try to pull it up right now?
I could. Let me see. It was
Okay, why don't we go ahead and try to get you to share right now, and then we'll stop sharing just to make sure that we're able to do this.
Okay.
So
all right.
is that okay?
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I'm pushing buttons here.
All right, give me 1 sec.
I put that by accident. That one?
Oh.
And it's the one that's organic. It's still opening.
Okay, Maureen. So you now have the presenter mode. So on the bottom of your screen, you should see an icon that says share.
Yep.
And if you click that, you can share whichever screen your PowerPoint is going to show up on. Okay, it's loading. So now if you can just hit full screen.
Whoa, you said full screen, right?
Yeah, it's for the display.
Yeah, so the presenter mode. So actually on the bottom right there, you see those little icons? Yeah, that'll work too, where you are.
That one you want, yes.
Yeah, and that looks perfect. So you are full screen and you should be able to navigate through.
Okay, and oh, that's how I do it. Okay, and how do you go back?
You can just use the arrow keys.
Where? Oh, there they are.
No, on the keyboard.
Oh, the ones on the keyboard work too?
Should.
Yep.
So Sean, just so you know, for this afternoon, Sean Riley and I are in the same room together.
Oh, fantastic.
We weren't this morning, but I figured we could
just bother with one line now.
Yes, and so good luck with that.
Oh, well, that's awesome though. We appreciate that.
Okay. So so how do I give up the screen back to you? Oh, here. I hit here.
I'll
And
steal it from you.
Stop sharing.
There you go.
Okay. And what am I looking at? Oh, this is my screen.
And now we can
Yeah,
make
so I have the agenda loaded up right now. So once Andy's here and we get everyone back, I will just send the presenter mode back to you and can just follow the same thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Maureen. Sorry for the difficulties going back and forth.
Okay, no worries.
Andy, are you back?
I am, yes.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, we got Maureen's presentation sorted out. She'll be able to share her screen. So I'll just hold off and wait for you to kind of kick us off, and then I'll send things over to Maureen.
Sounds good. 2 more minutes and we'll get started. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Hope everybody's back from lunch. We are going to spend this afternoon talking about law enforcement from a couple of different perspectives. And to start the discussion this afternoon, we're going to talk about or address some of the law enforcement concerns with RSA from the state perspective. And we've got a tag team of 2 individuals from the state perspective. Dan McKiernan from Massachusetts is gonna kick us off and talk about the RSA catch accounting and monitoring, reporting, permitting administration. So Dan, take it away.
Andy, we're
Okay.
actually going to start off with Maureen Davidson.
Okay, there's a switch here. Okay, Maureen, take it away.
thank you. I have to share.
Maureen, you're very low on my end anyway. Can you get close to the mic or something?
Is this better?
That seems to be better, yeah.
Okay. I'm in a big room.
All right, you're sounding good now.
All right, let me just finish sharing then. And share, thank you, yes. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, great. And so I will start. Thank you, Matt and Andy, for meeting with us today so that we could discuss this. Today's topic is something I'm actually very enthusiastic about it. I coordinated New York's RSA program from 2009 to 2013, and I'm very happy to share with you some of my insights and observations that I noted during the program. First, I'd like to give you a snapshot of what the New York State RSA program looked like in its operation. I really want to describe some of the administrative burden that was involved in operating the program. Then I would like to share what I found to be the shortcomings of the program as it was operated in the past. Lastly, I have a few suggestions for potential future RSA programs if we were to choose to go down that road again. So let's look at how New York used to run. We participated in the RSA program from its inception in 2002 until it was suspended in 2014. Most New York State participants participated in the fish auction to bid on allotments for harvest, and the auction was conducted by the National Fisheries Institute. New York State also allowed the participation of our party and charter boat industry in our RSA program. Now, I'm just going to show you some of our landings, the number of vessels that were involved. I have a question. Do you guys see a black box in the upper right-hand corner of my table?
A blank box.
Black box. Oh, no, black.
Oh, black box. No, that actually might be a function of the WebEx program. I've seen that before when I've done a presentation.
Okay, I think I got rid of it. Thank you.
Okay.
So what you see here is the number for each year, the number of commercial vessels, the number of party charter vessels. For 2009, 2010, we had more than 100 vessels participating in the New York State program. We also show some of the landings. It's important to look at the landings because New York State fishermen sort of use the RSA program as a means of bolstering our state quota, which at times has been very small for fluke and black sea bass. You also have to realize that participating in the RSA program for the fishermen represents a significant financial investment, of which the outcome might not be a substantial increase in profits. Any decrease in state quota or an increase in commercial fishery closures is an incentive for commercial fishermen to want to participate in the RSA program. Likewise, for our party charter boats, if we have very strict recreational fishing regulations with very tight seasons, they are probably, again, that's incentive for them to participate in an RSA program since they can only harvest fish during the time when the recreational season is closed. Now let's talk about how we monitored participation in the RSA program. We required anyone who wanted to participate from New York State that they had to be on a valid exempted fishery permit from NOAA prior to applying for the New York State's RSA program. Once they were identified on an EFP, then we were able to issue each vessel an exempted fishing license. This allowed them to possess specific species in a limited amount based on what their allotment is, without regard to possession limits or open seasons in New York State. And I had said before, our party and charter boats participated, but they were only authorized to land when the recreational season for the fish was closed. Now let's look at some of our reporting requirements. We required all of our participants to send in a pre-departure notice to DEC prior to leaving the dock. We also required a completed VTR. The vessel, but we required that the VTR be completed, the paper VTR be completed before they returned to the dock, so that if they were stopped by law enforcement at that time, they had a completed VTR to show. We also said that all the VTRs had to be submitted to DEC within 48 hours of the trip ending. We had additional reporting conditions for the party and charter boat participants in the RSA program. They were also required to submit a trip detail report, which identified each passenger who caught fish and the number and amount and poundage of fish that they caught. We also required the party charter participants to submit an RSA quota harvest progress report, which showed the decline in their RSA allotment with each fishing trip that they conducted. And so this information was required to be submitted with their VTRs. All right, now let's talk about monitoring and enforcement. The submission of the pre-departure notice was intended not just so that we know, this is how our Division of Law Enforcement was also aware of every pending VTR trip that day. In our conditions with our exempted fishing license, we said that the entire catch had to be landed at the port and dock identified in the pre-departure notice. And we also said that for every pre-departure notice that is submitted, that vessel must also submit a VTR, whether or not they harvested any RSA on that trip. Now, in addition, for the party charter industry, they were required to provide their passengers with dated receipts identifying the trip as an RSA trip. Now remember that the party and charter boats could only harvest during the time that the season was closed for specific species. The receipt allowed the passenger to explain how they gained possession of out-of-season fish as they left the dock or if they left the port that day. Now, we had also some data reconciliation. New York State used VTR submitted by fishermen to determine RSA landings. NOAA Fisheries had the IVR system that fishermen called in to open their trip, and then they called in to close their trip. So for the duration of each RSA program, DEC and NOAA Fisheries reconciled the harvest data weekly. We did a vessel-by-vessel comparison of landings data and worked together to correct any data errors and share other information, because we tried to keep, although our databases were separate, we wanted to make sure the data was as accurate as possible. So now I'd like to talk about some program administration. We had an access database where we collected all of the pre-departure information and the VTR information for each trip for each vessel. Another thing that was a lot of work were transfers. Transfers were allowed between RSA fishermen during the year, but towards the end of the year, it got to be really numerous, kind of crazy. They happened all the time in great numbers. It was very time consuming and apparently very time consuming for NFI, since they were really in charge of what the allotments were for each boat. We had to really work with them and with our staff to ensure we always knew how much fish each fisherman has available to him to catch and how much of it he had already harvested, and multiply that by the number of vessels we had in the program. Now, the RSA transfers continue to be reported to DEC until early in subsequent years, because some people would over-harvest and then they would try to buy fish so that they were okay. And it really was, that was a very big part of the end of the year, close out of the RSA program. Now, in 2009, it was the first year that we had over 100 vessels participating in the RSA program. It looked like we would not be able to operate the program, but a staff member from Cornell Cooperative Extension of Suffolk County, the Marine Program, was assigned to administer the 2009 RSA program under the direction of DEC staff, and the person was located in Marine Resources. The assignment of this person at DEC was fully funded by NFI. Now, this person enabled us to operate the program effectively despite the increased number of participants. The level of participation in subsequent RSA programs required the continued presence of the staff member to carry out program tasks so that we would be able to successfully operate the program. Now I'd like to talk about deficiencies. Yeah, the first one in orange, because yes, we needed increased law enforcement presence during the program to discourage and expose cheating. We've already talked about this morning. There are ways that are very easy for people to figure out how they could land a lot more fish and not tell us about it if there was no one at the dock. So that is number one. That was we believe that's our biggest deficiency. Now, I also felt that there was no reconciliation conducted between the VTRs that we collected and dealer reports to sort of detect incongruous transactions or maybe something was out of whack. Unfortunately, we also found out that dealer reports were allegedly modified to match inaccurate VTRs. So, but still, I think if we were able to somehow be able to more easily reconcile those two, we might have been able to find some things that weren't quite right. Now, all of this is how I've described the work that we were doing in our program to operate the RSA program. And so our burden was significant, but we don't believe that illegal activities were discovered through administrative efforts. I believe most illegal activities were discovered through law enforcement action. However, I can say that the huge amount of paperwork we generated was apparently very helpful to both DEC and NOAA law enforcement. Now, these are some suggested administrative improvements. We've touched upon this. I think electronic reporting, enhanced and joint databases can allow better coordination and collaboration between DEC, other states, NOAA fisheries, and our associated law enforcement agencies. Personally, I would like to see assigned ports and limited times for landing RSA fish. If we have something like that, it would be better to facilitate the management of the landings. Port agents, which we really don't have in New York, but is something else I think that would be very helpful for verifying our landings of RSA fish and provide additional oversight on our harvests. My favorite thing in orange, again, we need to have increased law enforcement with the time and the necessary support so that we can properly operate the RSA program without fear of the program being taken advantage by, shall we say, unscrupulous individuals. Now, I would like to close with something that we kind of touched upon, but I believe it's important. Before we initiate a new RSA program, I think that the functions and the framework of what would be a successful program has to be identified and laid out by NOAA and state agencies. What do we want an RSA program to be? Is it only to get funding for research? Is it to increase funding opportunities? Or is it to increase fishing opportunities for our licensed fishermen? Is that also one of our goals of the RSA program? Another example is, do we want to continue to use an auction as a means of distributing the fishing opportunities? Yet we know that the auction is what brings in a lot of money. Are there any additional constraints that we should be putting on this program before it even gets off the ground? If it does, do we limit the number of participants? Or some other things like that. But anyway, that's where I would like to close and leave you with those questions that we have and see if there's any questions, or we're going to move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. I'd like to take a couple of questions from the panelists before we move into Dan's presentation.
Oh, I've done so.
Michelle?
Thanks, Andy, and thank you, Maureen. Just a quick question. I think I sort of missed it. It might have been your slide that was on enforcement. I was just trying to catch. So there was a pre-trip the pre-trip notification, you said initiated sort of an enforcement like notice for your enforcement officers. Oh, okay.
Yes. So
Gotcha. Okay.
we require, yes, because that's how law enforcement would find out. Now, sometimes the fishermen would fax the pre-departure notice to law enforcement's office and marine resources. However, if an officer wasn't there, it was usually me or another staff member who would pick them up, and then law enforcement would call, and we could tell them these are the people who went fishing today. But that was the purpose, is so that law enforcement and DEC would have an idea of who was on the water on an RSA trip.
Thanks, Maureen. Appreciate it.
Okay, is there any other question right now for Maureen? We will come back with a larger Q&A session after Dan has given his presentation too, but Mark?
So it looks like there were something on the average like 60 odd vessels that participated in the state RSA program. And you mentioned, one of the possibilities about limiting number of vessels as a constraint on, controlling the costs on resources. And so, I mean, along this continuum of, what's the right number of vessels, or when would it have been too many vessels for you to handle, or what's that sweet spot before it would have become too burdensome? Was 75 too high? Would have been too high a number? Would 100 vessels? Is 50 the right number? I'm trying to get a sense of, where's the breaking point, or how would you know when too many vessels are in there if people are talking about putting a cap, using a cap as a means of controlling administrative and cost control on an RSA program? How do you figure that out?
That's a really good question. I could say off the top of my head that 100 boats, as you can see for 2009, we had 80 commercial and 29 party charter boats. One person who had another job could not do all of the things that were necessary: issue the accept applications, issue the licenses, assign the fish, and also go through the VTRs to see how much of their fish, of their original allotment that they caught. So that's such a good question, because right now we're not operating an RSA program, and I'm sure we're all busy. So if we were to have a program of the same intensity, we would need another body. And the person who worked here, that was her full-time job. And after we got VTRs, she would have to call fishermen if she couldn't read the VTRs or if something was wrong with it. So for her, that was a full-time job. So it depends on what resources NOAA or the states are willing to put into an RSA program. If you're not willing to if you don't have a lot of resources to give, you might want only 30 boats for your state. If you tell me I can have a full-time person, I would cut it off at 100 because that was it. And so I think it depends on the resources that you are willing to dedicate towards this program.
Thank you, Maureen. Emerson, do you have a question?
Thank you. I have not really a question, but a comment on the question that was just asked about maximum number of vessels. So we have to remember that not all of the Mid-Atlantic RSA allocation every year was put on the auction. I conducted 4 separate Mid-Atlantic RSA projects, and 3 of them I worked with vessels directly myself. There was only one project where I put my allocation on the auction. So the auction tended to increase the number of participants, and I was able to successfully harvest my RSA allocation through compensation harvest with 10 or 12 vessels. So you don't necessarily need to have a lot of vessels involved. Again, 10 to 12 vessels is what I found to be sufficient. But then, that goes to the other issue of, well, who gets to participate and who doesn't. Well, we have that in all fisheries. I mean, there's a lot of fishermen on Long Island who would love to be able to participate in the sea scallop fishery, as an example, but they can't. Right. So I just offer that as a comment.
Thank you, Emerson. All right, so we're going to move on to the Massachusetts experience with RSA. And Dan McKiernan is going to talk about that. Again, we're going to have a larger Q&A session after Dan's presentation. So if you've got something you want to ask Maureen, you can do it at that point in time. So Dan, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Andy, and Matt has my presentation to start. So thank you for letting me participate and present today. Just to clarify, my agency does not have enforcement officers under its control. So my presentation today involves primarily the administrative challenges that I observed in my role as Deputy Director under former Director Paul Diodati. I do want to say that we have a very close working relationship with Mass Environmental Police, and I was able to resurrect a lot of internal correspondence to capture some insights that I'm sharing today. Next slide. DMF issued authorizations letters to 2 participating vessels in a multi-year ventless trap study to improve data collection for black sea bass and scup. This involved trips landing RSA quota during the conduct of the study and compensation fishing for these 2 vessels. In addition, DMF issued LOAs for compensation trips for trawlers and for higher vessels. I would, I guess, safely say that we were probably an order of magnitude smaller than Maureen's administrative burden over in New York. But I think some of the lessons are similar. Next slide. So I've reflected on this issue over the last couple of months, listening to the presentations and this morning as well. And I've been thinking about the Mid-Atlantic RSA program, and really I've concluded that the state federal jurisdictional issues made these very difficult to manage. Everyone would agree that key species like fluke, black sea bass, bluefish, and summertime scup are all quota managed by the Mid-Atlantic Council, but these quotas are allocated to the states for the states to manage, and each state has unique and complex rules to manage these fisheries. And questions which weren't really addressed when vessels went off and bought their RSA quota, we didn't have a pre-planning meeting or a process with our Marine Fisheries Advisory Commission that regulates or that oversees my regulation of the times, places, and amounts of fish may be taken. To answer some of these questions on the screen, would the purchase quotas be landed in season, out of season, state waters, federal waters, during a spawning closure? When I say spawning closure, we have a black sea bass commercial fishery that doesn't open until after we believe the spawning period is completed. On top of the trip limit, while the vessel is actively fishing in the open fishery, to all dealers or just federally dealers, non-conforming gear. So my point is there wasn't a lot of pre-planning and coordination with the Mid-Atlantic and federal partners in this, and I think we were blindsided a little bit too often, and that could have been bad planning on our part, but it is what it is. Next slide. So I would describe this as one of the biggest problems is inconsistent reporting and permitting standards among jurisdictions. I was intrigued to hear Maureen's presentation about the way they approached their oversight of the RSA program. That would have been a really ripe thing for the ASMFC to talk about and deal with, and maybe with the law enforcement committee, and create common standards among states going forward. We all know that RSA quota holders were required to comply with federal permit conditions. We heard about those from Ryan this morning. And we know that each recipient of RSA was told to obtain state permits as well. So for the state, we had to issue the LOAs to the permit holders. We had to put permit conditions on it as we saw fit. We had to track or to amend those permits when quota was being transferred among vessels, and that happened just a few times for us, but we didn't have anybody dedicated to do this. As far as the enforcement burden, we've heard this morning the obvious need for offload inspections and the proliferation of participating vessels and RSA trips clearly increases the burden. There was no federal state JEA support, that's the Joint Enforcement Agreement, for enforcing RSA related permit conditions, which I would suggest is a design failure. And the commercial quota monitoring for most of these RSA species, while NIMS does monitor the catches in the background, it's the states that are on the front line for monitoring these dealers, because we have some federal dealers and some state-only dealers, and it is a burden for us to reconcile when landings were attributed to RSA versus non-RSA. So it definitely added a wrinkle to our quota monitoring staff. Next slide, please. We heard a lot this morning about the IVRs and the call-in. Federal vessels were required to submit the federal VTRs so that the IVR and the VTR could be cross-checked, but no such system existed for the state-only permit holders. And from what I've been able to figure out, I don't believe the Mass Environmental Police has or had, nor do they have now, access to IVR in real time. And then DMF took a step, and in 2011, we created our own conditions trying to get ahead of this, a lot of this controversy in the for-hire fishery, where we required that the RSA quota could only be landed when the fishery was closed for that species, and that was very unpopular. Some in the fishery who purchased those quotas considered it kind of a bait and switch. I think they bought that quota without the expectation that the state would put that requirement on them. And then we required vessels to call into the radio room as the trip was ending to allow the Mass Environmental Police to inspect, and the compliance was poor on that. So next slide. So in 2011, Director Diodati, he first announced that he wouldn't issue any LOAs in that year, and then 2 weeks later, after a little bit of a firestorm, he backed off of that, and we did allow them for the last year, and informed the party charter community that we wouldn't be issuing them in the future. And, you know, the reasons stated in the letter, you know, are the ones we've heard a lot about: the proliferation of the number of vessels, the administrative burden, the widespread lack of confidence in the accuracy of the reports, the recreational data we felt was being compromised, and I'm going to get to that in a minute. And then the disparate angler rules between RSA vessels and non-RSA vessels was creating a lot of waterfront animosity among anglers and for-hire businesses, especially those that were at a competitive disadvantage because they didn't get in on the RSA. Next slide, please. So this little gem, and I'm glad I have a chance to share a war story. I pulled this out of the file doing my research for this presentation. And this is an excerpt from an email sent to the captain of the Mass Environmental Police from another state's law enforcement member. And then, if you don't mind, I'll read it. Many of the vocal fishermen refer to the RSA permit as a license to steal. Some of the non-law enforcement staffers seem to be somewhat in denial about potential for problems. They think they have it under control. When a fisherman or party charter boat has this permit, they always have an alibi. If we don't meet them at the dock, there's a good chance the extra above the normal trip limit or catch limit will go unreported. If we stop them, they flash the permit. Basically, it sets them up to be able to catch the regular daily limit, plus whatever the total balance of their RSA is every day if we don't meet them at the dock. If we didn't meet them at the dock, they didn't have any RSA catch on that day. They also allow them to trade their purchase to other fishermen. They can trade it in, purchase more, even if they traded some in. Think of the nightmare keeping track of it. And if funding was available, this person wrote, I'd rather see the entire RSA available be divided among all the licensed fishermen to allow them to have higher daily catch limits. So that was kind of sobering. And I think that's the kind of insights, that it's been 10, 11 years since we've seen some of this stuff live and in person. And it's telling about the attitude of some of the law enforcement officials. So next slide, please. So I would argue that selling quota to the recreational fishery was simply incompatible we all know that that the way we manage the commercial fisheries, especially the quota managed mid-Atlantic species, it's quota-based catch controls, it's verification with dealers for independent verification. But the recreational fishery does not have hard quotas, nor do they have a second level of verification. And in my opinion, giving them poundage when their landings on a daily basis are in number, number per angler, number per vessel, it's simply incompatible. Next slide, please. And this is an interesting one I mentioned earlier. I just want to review it. Our MRIP team were really upset at what transpired with the RSA program, because the MRIP samplers were instructed not to sail on for-hire party boats, nor to interview the charter boats participating in an RSA fishing on that trip, because this would create bias if the vessel had excessive amounts of fish that was legal, but that would get incorporated into the larger MRIP estimate, and that could bias the state's estimate. It was difficult for the MRIP staff to determine which trips were RSA. Many times the anglers themselves didn't necessarily know if that was an RSA trip when they were interviewing the charter boat anglers. And many party boat trips were aborted by the MRIP sampler. The problem with that is it's our experience that the vessels that were buying the RSA quota were among the highliners. And so you can see that if you're deliberately not sampling the highliners among your party boat fleet and charter fleet, then you're going to affect the estimates of your MRIP catches. So our conclusion was that the program resulted in a decreased precision and possible bias of harvest estimates for the for-hire sector. Next slide. I alluded to this earlier, erosion of trust and confidence in management. We had a lot of complaints or or failure to educate a lot of folks on the waterfront about why that vessel was allowed to take the extra fish. And I think that does erode the confidence and the trust and the willingness to comply with the normal rules on the waterfront. I think that's an issue. There was also an issue because it was well known that that the estimates of the value of the catch, especially some of the species where the catch was estimated, or the value of the catch was estimated in order to operate the vessel. These would be the non-compensation trips, but the normal allocation of the quota. The price per pound was often much lower than the actual selling price. And I understand that you certainly wouldn't want to have a situation where there was a deficit, but consistently the amount that was put forward was X, and the amount that was paid for that fish was X plus 20, 30, 40, 50%, because the vessel was able to fish out of season or high grade or whatever. So that eroded trust. And another problem was in some instances on the recurring programs, the same vessels were used year after year, and without any kind of an open bid process, and that also created some credibility problems as well. So in conclusion, it was really, we think, inadequate compliance inspections and the lack of transparency really undermine that program. So next slide. So take home point, the program was promoted by NFI and NEMS without factoring the administrative burden on states. More vessels was not better. I stumbled on, when I mentioned I researched the files, I found an old pamphlet that was put out by, I guess it was NIMS, and it talked about why you, underlined you, should participate. So it was a real promotion that when you read a document like that, you do get the sense that the authors of that pamphlet really thought that the bigger the better, the more boats the better, And I think in hindsight, we've learned that that's not the case. RSA quota is incompatible with rec fisheries management. It compromised the recreational data collection and it eroded trust. So next slide, please. So recommendations I would make is to eliminate the for-hire sector's participation, especially in compensation trips. The hidden cost of overseeing too many participating vessels far outweighs the benefits. Develop cooperatively with states a set of BMPs for compliance and enforcement. As Maureen mentioned, we got to figure out why we're doing this and what's the objective. If the objective is for a particular state to achieve higher quotas for its in-state fleet, then I think there ought to be really high standards so that each state can decide whether they want to buy into that or not. I think there should be financial support for state permitting and enforcement agencies to administer and oversee the activities, as Mark Holliday mentioned this morning, or question whether that's a possibility. Again, it has been mentioned that there are new reporting tools since 2011 or 2014 when this was shut down. So I'm certainly open-minded about developing some new tools and new strategies to track these landings. We are in a new electronic age, and I think there is some potential there. If multi-year cooperative research projects are considered, promote competition in the fleet of cooperating vessels. We have a lobster ventless trap survey that we do every year, as does Rhode Island and Maine and New Hampshire. And we put that contract out to bid every other year. And we actually get great competitive pricing on that. And because we've had so many boats involved with that, that enhances the credibility and the support. But if you use the same boat every year, that does not promote credibility and support. Next bullet here, I would urge the council and the ASMFC to solve the problem of what I would describe as the disparate levels of conservation among states. It's obvious to me New York probably was dealt a really bad hand in the early years of quota management and also the recreational measures, where we went back to some particular year, and we've really not found a way to liberalize some of those black sea bass and fluke recreational limits, with a new starting point. But if a lot of this was about solving New York's problem of excessive conservation mandates on them, maybe that's a reason to reconsider the overall plan. And then last, don't fall for the IFQs on training whales. That's, in my opinion, the late Danny Cohen. I really enjoyed working with him on a lot of issues. And when I discovered that Danny was one of the architects of this, I always think of Danny as really the IFQ king. And to see this, sort of start looking like IFQs for everyone gives me real serious pause. And I think that we should be mindful of that when we make this sort of an open access situation for an unlimited number of vessels, it's really the next step to IFQs. So thank you. That's my last slide. Thank you for letting me present, and I'll take any questions.
Great, thanks, Dan. A lot of meat in those two presentations. And we have about 10 minutes on the schedule anyway, but we'll take as many questions and comments as we can during that time. Adam, you've got your hand up first.
Great, and my thanks to both Dan and Maureen here for sharing what was clearly a very difficult time period here with dealing with these state issues. I'll first make one comment, and Dan or Maureen are certainly free to respond if they see fit, and then a question specifically for Dan. The first comment I would say is with regards to the issues with recreational MRIP. From my perspective, these trips were not meant to be sampled by MRIP, given that the purpose of MRIP was to get recreational catch, and management use of that data was then to go ahead and use it for the evaluation of an ACL and RHLs, which would be outside of where the RSA quota was. The way to properly estimate the catch from any recreational vessels involved would be to have an adequate sampling program in place to go ahead and capture what was landed in pounds and not rely on the MRIP sampling protocol for doing so. So, my comment would be that if we are going to entertain the recreational involvement moving forward, I think part of that would need to be finding a way to get that catch accurately that's coming from those vessels and not relying on MRIP to do so. My specific question would be with regards to the recommendation here that the recreational sector, and specifically this does say for hire. My expectation is that this first bullet point on the screen here would include non-for hire also, but I could be incorrect with that assumption. But assuming the recreational sector was to be excluded from RSA moving forward, what are your thoughts about how that would address allocations? We've certainly got some very difficult decisions coming up with regards to allocations. If we were to de facto say that we're going to take X% for RSA and that's only going to go to the commercial sector and not be available, how would you respond to that is a fair way to allocate by other allocation means percentages that we may have as well?
Well, Maureen, I should let you go first since you're an active member of the Mid-Atlantic Council, or your state is represented on the council. But my only response would be that I hadn't thought of this program as allocative. I thought it was mainly a need, or to solve a need to raise funds for the conduct of important fisheries research. So maybe you just take the 1.5% off the commercial, and I don't want to make that recommendation. All I know is, given the proliferation of not just vessels but trips, it's if you do continue to allow that for hire fleet in there, you're not adequately estimating or accounting for the cost of the number of vessels and trips you need to inspect. Just for comparison, I talked to one of my staff today. The RSA for sea herring is between 8 and 10 vessels, 15 to 30 trips, and 85 to 95% shoreside monitors. So almost complete coverage. And if that's the gold standard, there's no way we could come close to that in this for hire fishery. So there's a lot of policy issues that really have to be decided here in terms of the cost and the worth of doing this. And I'm just going to go back to one of my final points is I really think that this has the potential to lead us down the road of IFQs. And if that's what it's meant to be, then let's all get on that train and go. But I don't, that's a bigger issue for the mid, I think, to try to figure that out. Maureen, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dan. With regard to MRIP and the party and charter boat trips, we had told our MRIP people to ignore any of the RSA trips going out, since that really falls outside of what your state's quota, recreational quota would be. And also, our season was closed if there was an RSA party charter trip going out. So we just told our MRIP people, do not go on RSA trips. Usually the guys had signs, because at some point it got to be known that if you had an RSA trip, you could go fishing before the season opened. As to the allocations, I really don't have a feel for this. For my opinion, if we had sufficient enforcement, obviously we don't have the same coverage as they would do for herring, not even for our commercial vessels because of the sheer number. I would just want to put some lockdowns on the party charter programs in terms of enforcement. Yeah, I don't think I feel as strongly about the party charter issue with the RSA program as Dan does. I do agree with a lot of his points, but I just would hope that we would be able to work around them before we would then pull it out entirely. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Dan and Maureen, for those that input. Are there any other questions from the panelists or comments to Dan and Maureen's presentation? Okay, not seeing any comments from the public on this or questions for Dan or Maureen. Okay, well, let's move on to the next presentation. We've heard in this block of time, we've heard from the state perspective. And so we're going to turn to the federal dockside enforcement perspective. And we're going to have a presentation by, let's see, Jim Casson and Todd Smith from the Northeast Region Office of Law Enforcement.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, sound good.
Hi, this is Jim Casson here. I got Todd also on the line. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in these workshops. For those of you who don't know me, it's been about 22 years with OLE, 17 of which were in the field between New York and New Jersey offices before becoming the Mid-Atlantic supervisor. Special Agent Smith has been with OLE for over 12 years, having previously worked for New York DEC. I know over the better part of that time, 12 years that is, OLE and Special Agent Smith specifically has spent a fair amount of time addressing the enforcement issues related to this program. He really does have a deep insight into the program's operation and the actions of some of the participants, including those not represented in his presentation. It's my hope that if this program is initiated again, that some of those issues discussed today can be avoided and we can implement some of the suggested changes. With that, I yield my time to Special Agent Smith.
Yes, good afternoon. This is Special Agent Smith. Can you hear me?
You're good, Todd.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this presentation and our unique insight from the Office of Law Enforcement on the federal enforcement issues that we have dealt with in the past and we continue to deal with. We'll make this presentation short and sweet so that we can hopefully have some meaningful and productive discussion to help everything with this program move forward. So could I please get the next slide? So here's some of the investigative overview. This investigation involved the unlawful landing, sale, and reporting of summer flounder in Freeport, Point Lookout, and Mattituck, New York, by fishermen granted the privilege of participating in the Mid-Atlantic RSA program administered by NOAA. This RSA program annually auctioned up to 3% of the coastwide quota of federally regulated species to raise money for scientific research to promote sustainable fisheries. Our investigation found that 4 vessels were documented landing almost 600,000 pounds in excess of the New York landing limits and failing to attribute those landings to RSA quota. The RSA program has been called a license to steal, with one fisherman referring to it as research steal-aside. And another fisherman stated that RSA was used originally as a legitimate way to make money, but became a scheme to land overages. And can I get the next slide, please? Okay, next. So, enforcement challenges. RSA quota. The presence of a lump sum of quota, in contrast to a relatively modest daily trip limit, provided an opportunity for the unscrupulous operator to manipulate the system. The lack of a finite number or trip limit can make dockside enforcement difficult and create even bigger problems when enforcement is not present. So one of the suggestions that we would consider potentially in the future, and after some of today's earlier discussions, I've heard things called blended trips versus dedicated trips. I think if we were to continue as we did in the past with the Mid-Atlantic program, and we were allowing boats to do what we call the blended trips, I think we should consider creating a trip limit for those vessels so that we could keep a better handle on what's being landed. And in my suggested change, I listed, for example, having a trip limit of 300 pounds for RSA catch. And my thinking was, if we have an amount like that, we have a boat on a blended trip landing its trip limit, let's say it's 140 pounds of fluke, and then they want to land 300 pounds of RSA, that's probably going to be worth their while and financially compensate them properly for the trip. But at the same time, with a fixed trip limit, it's a lot more difficult for them to manipulate the numbers. So that's where we came up with this suggestion. And at the same time, it would also, keeping a fixed trip limit, it would help prevent the market from being flooded and help keep the prices stable, which the prices were stable when the Mid-Atlantic RSA was in effect, but they were, at least in later years, they were considerably lower than what they probably should have been. Next slide, please. The number of participating vessels. This has come up in many of the presentations today. So some of the challenges, I had from some of my information that the RSA program in 14, there was 94 vessels. I saw Ryan Silva's number, I believe, was 103. So I apologize for that difference. But regardless, there was a lot of vessels, and we've seen clear examples where that created an undue burden, particularly on the states for the management. My time with New York State DEC, obviously, and then with the NOAA Office of Law Enforcement, has been working in New York State. I've done this work for 21 years within New York, and the bulk of the RSA participants were generally within the state of New York. And of course, that in and of itself did create a huge administrative burden on the state. The more participating vessels there are, particularly if the majority is centered in one area, the more difficult it is for enforcement to conduct regular inspections, especially if there's limited enforcement resources. So a thought I had for suggested change would be to develop a method for determining the number of vessels that can participate in a project. And again, for example, for every 20,000 pounds of RSA quota awarded to a project, that could equal one RSA harvesting vessel to participate. I'm not a scientist. I don't have to come up with budgets, and I have no idea what it takes to come up with the requests they do for their proposals. Again, this suggested change is merely just an idea for consideration, and it's mainly to be able, I think, to put something into a policy where it would be a lot more difficult to deviate, and then get back into a situation where there's just an exorbitant amount of participating vessels, and it really makes administration of the program difficult. Next slide, please. The interactive voice recording system, IVR. IVR was utilized to track RSA landings. I gave an example below from 2011. And all this is to show, again, what we've discussed in earlier presentations today, some of the problems. And this was an example of a vessel that had ended its trip and proceeded a minute later to start a new trip. So this particular vessel in this particular instance was not adhering to the program requirements, closing its trip out in a timely manner. 2011 was the main year for the bulk of the successfully proven illicit landings by RSA vessels. So that's really, that's the best year where I have my data from my investigation. So that's why I use this example. As a note, the development and future and current requirement of the electronic vessel trip reports may actually end up rendering the IVR system obsolete. The EVRs may actually, combined with the electronic safest dealer reporting, it may make everything a lot simpler, as was noted in earlier presentations. Next slide, please. Some additional RSA program suggested changes. As we learned, there is now in place a required pre-landing notification. I should preface this. Our investigation, we looked at landings from 2009, 10, and 11. We did the bulk of our heavy investigative work with search warrants and things like that in 2012. And then from 13 on, we dealt with the prosecution side of things. So I'm telling everybody this because while some of these changes are now in place, which is a very good thing, back while we were doing our investigation and dealing with some of our enforcement challenges, a lot of these things did not exist at that time. So number one was to require a pre-landing notification. That's in place. That's a fantastic thing. If a vessel is beyond 6 hours from port and they can do the pre-land notification, fantastic. I do know from personal experience, particularly with vessels in the summer and fall months off New York, the 6 hour time frame is not going to work. Sometimes the hour prior to landing is going to be insufficient time. I think any pre-landing notification, as long as it's done prior to the vessel entering port, is going to be sufficient to help with successful enforcement and administration of the program. Have set landing hours for RSA catch to be offloaded. For example, RSA offloads can only occur between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. We have, at the very least, the state of New Jersey and their directed fluke fishery, and New York has done the same thing when they have their weekly trip limit for fluke in the first quarter of the year. They've implemented these landing hours. That can be very helpful, and it can certainly help with enforcement on a regular basis being present to conduct dockside inspections. Require participating vessels to be equipped with VMS or AIS. As Emerson pointed out earlier, I think it's a very valid point. If this is a special program, you lay out the requirements or the conditions, and that's that. If you don't want to be part of the program and it requires you have a VMS unit, then you're not in the program. It's fairly simple. Require that exempted fishing permits issued pursuant to 50 CFR 648.12 list the RSA quota in pounds by species awarded to each vessel that's listed on EFP. This may seem very specific and very technical, but one thing we found in the course of doing our investigation was that the way the EFPs were written that were provided to the boats participating in the program was that the EFP was issued to the investigator and they had the aggregate weight of each species for their project. And then there was an appendix with the boats that were attached to that project that could harvest RSA. And the prosecutor determined that from a legal standpoint, that a vessel on that EFP could actually go out and harvest in excess of the quota he had purchased at auction and really not be in violation of the EFP. So there would obviously be further discussion with Ryan and some of the policy folks at NOAA, but I just wanted to bring that up. It's more of a procedural change with the permit, but just to help kind of tidy things up if this program moves forward in the future. Limit transfer of RSA quota between vessels to specific catastrophic events. For example, a vessel sinking. As Maureen in particular pointed out, the transfers were just incredibly burdensome. I remember from when I worked for the state, it was really crazy, particularly at the end of the year. There was just transfers going on left and right, and it was really, really difficult to handle. And it does filter down to the enforcement folks dockside trying to figure all of these issues out. RSA funds or a portion thereof may need to be budgeted to assist states with increased administrative and or law enforcement costs. That may have to be a consideration in the future to help out. One thing I do want to bring up, numerous presentations today have talked about how state environmental police had the extra burden of enforcing research set aside without compensation. So from my stance in enforcement, the Mid-Atlantic program, the species involved were always fluke, scup, sea bass, bluefish, and then on occasion, there was also loligo and some butterfish. I don't think I'm leaving any species out. But with regards to the fluke, sea bass, scup, and bluefish, those are all species that within their fisheries management plans, the states have allocations. So the way the Mid-Atlantic program worked, at least in New York, and I think for the most part elsewhere, for the commercial fleet, all the trips for RSA were blended. There was no dedicated, that I'm aware of, there were no dedicated RSA trips by these commercial boats. So if they're coming in on a blended trip with a state trip limit, the state enforcement officers would be out there and should be out there dockside checking to ensure there's compliance with the state trip limits, whether there's an RSA program or not. So if blended fishing was to occur in the future, there might be a legitimate reason to ask for some extra funding for compensation, but at the end of the day, that enforcement should still be happening anyway. It's not as though any of these programs within the Mid-Atlantic created 20 new vessels that were doing a special thing that required, extra attention by anybody. It was just a matter of knowing if the boat had the permit, asking for it, and making sure they had the right quota and they were able to do what they were doing. So I just want to bring that point up. And then lastly, this may be a weird thing to mention from an enforcement standpoint, but allow states to opt out from participating in an RSA program. And in doing research for this presentation, looking back at a whole host of information that I had, it was very clear to me from the outside looking in that there was definitely pressure. It appeared to me to be pressure that states had to participate. And I found it very odd that if there was such an administrative burden or something that was so problematic to the state, and they felt that maybe there was going to be perceived problems, why there was any feeling or a requirement to participate. And I also base this on conversations I've had with people in the past from different state agencies. And I just wanted to put it out there that, a state could determine that, hey, we think there could be a problem in the way this is going to be administered, or we don't like these guidelines they've put in place. I would hope nobody would be forced to participate into something that could create a problem, especially if it affected the interests of their fishermen or their state constituents and resources. That's really all I have at this point. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I will be here now and through the end of the webinar to answer any questions I can or take any comments. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. A lot of recommendations in there. Are there any thoughts or questions any of the panelists have about those? Adam?
I'll just commend all of the people that we've had here today. Certainly not to suggest that previous workshops haven't had as much, but the number of suggestions here today I think are just excellent. Appreciate everybody, putting their best foot forward here and putting things forward. So I'll rehash my question from earlier at the federal level. Given this list, are there outstanding issues that federal dockside enforcement sees to the program going forward that you just don't have a suggested way forward that we really need to make a focus on as this committee works through the next workshop with a recommendation to the council?
So Adam, let me repeat. You're looking to see if there are is there anything that can't be overcome? Is that what you're saying?
Are there outstanding issues, right, that enforcement hasn't made a recommendation on how to proceed? I mean, look, there's things I deal with on a daily basis. I always try to, if I've got an issue, make a recommendation. And again, all of our speakers today, I think, have done a tremendous job of that. Again, not to say that any other workshop hasn't had as much. I get to speak a little more freely today, not being chair. So thanks, Dr. Duvall, for taking that over and her kind words earlier. But yeah, that's my question: is are there outstanding issues from dockside federal enforcement that we just don't have a suggested way forward on, that we need to identify here today as a focus for this group moving forward?
Okay. So are there any outstanding federal issues that haven't been addressed with a recommendation?
Hi, this is Jim again. It's hard for me to say positively no, but I think many of our concerns have been, made public in this forum. Always appreciate one last circle back to take a look at everything and how it's proposed to see if something else pops up.
Yeah. Okay. Michelle, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, thanks, Sandy. And I'll echo Adam's comments to our presenters. It's certainly been educational for me to, hear about some of the issues that the states were dealing with. It's one thing to read it; it's another thing to hear about it. So really appreciate that, as well as from our, federal law enforcement officers. And I guess my question to Jim and Todd. So, and I think someone may have raised this earlier during our morning session, but given some of the improvements in, electronic reporting, in monitoring, and some of the improvements that have been put in place, as Todd noted, since the Mid-Atlantic RSA program was halted, do you think that that would shrink the time for some of your investigative efforts with respect to any, illegal activities? Clearly it was a pretty significant effort to try to track these, previous illegal activities down. So I'm just curious if the improvements in reporting that we are seeing and the ones that are coming online shortly would, lessen the time frame between, suspecting an illegal activity and actually being able to prosecute it. Thanks.
Yes, this is Todd. Thank you for the question. So as far as what's changed from the time the program ended in 14 to today, obviously we're moving forward now with the EVTR requirement. The safest dealer reporting has been electronic for many years. I certainly would think that the technology, and with that technology, the relatively short turnaround for the required submission of the information, I think that's going to certainly be a benefit to a program like this moving forward. I will also tell you that in my experience, if someone thinks about it long enough, digs into it hard enough, there is a way to cheat and manipulate in any system, no matter how foolproof you think it is. I am optimistic that these new advancements will make everything better. But as far as your specific question about these technologies and this type of reporting frameworks, making our investigation turnaround time quicker, that most likely is not going to change, just due to the complexities of fisheries enforcement and getting all the information we need to successfully, prosecute the real major players that are causing the big problems. I think by virtue of the program being shut down in 14 and 7 years later, we're here having very, very good, meaningful discussion on how to make program effective and work right in the future. The biggest thing is communication. If somebody sees an anomaly, we need to all talk about it in real time so that we can address potential problems and get them taken care of. Unfortunately, I have things that I know about from doing my investigation where we from enforcement made suggestions on how to try to make things a little bit better, and nothing happened at the time. So I think having the communication as well as this new technology, I think moving forward, we're going to be in a much better place than we were years ago. And I apologize if I, hurt anybody with my long explanation.
Thank you, Todd. We have a question from Mark Holliday, and then we have a question from somebody on the phone after that, and then Emerson and Dan. So Mark, you have the mic.
Thanks, and thanks, Todd, for the presentation. Some really good suggestions. I wanted to go to this question about technology and put it in a larger context for a second. We've been talking about data collection and electronic reporting from the context of compliance monitoring and enforcement. But if you think back to the first couple of workshops, we also talked about technology from the research side. We talked about reporting to collect data for, other purposes for the research set aside, and collecting data, economic data, other kinds of information. So I think we shouldn't, I guess my point is we shouldn't forget about trying to look at this from a more holistic standpoint. And so the electronic reporting, collecting data, if you look at our cooperative research data collection, electronic reporting, they've made huge strides in the last 10 years of, toe by toe, set by set information, all sorts of information that's collected for research purposes. We're overlaying, data collection here for compliance and monitoring purposes. I think we want to make sure that we have an integrated approach to collecting data from the RSA program. And so if we're looking at collecting information for research and collecting information for compliance and monitoring, that we do it in a coordinated fashion, and that we include both, the state players through our ACCSP partners, and through the federal partners, and the SAFES and the EVTR systems, so that we have a sort of a coordinated, integrated approach. And so I think that's something to keep in mind as we move forward with this. And then I did have a question for Todd, and it kind of was spurred by a comment made in McKernan's presentation about kind of being caught unaware or not being prepared for this, and sort of the burden on states. And that has to do with being prepared for the burden of future RSAs, and this joint enforcement agreement idea of, if the states and the feds together are going to be jointly responsible for implementation of future RSAs, should RSAs be a specific fixture of a joint enforcement agreement between a state and NOAA as a standing part of any future agreement, and call that out specifically. So there's no, we weren't ready for it, we weren't aware of it, we weren't prepared for it, we weren't, clear that what the roles of the states would be, what the roles of the feds would be when it comes to enforcing this entity called an RSA, if the Mid-Atlantic Council chooses to go forward with it in the future. Curious what your thoughts would be about that aspect of JEAs in the future.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good question. I need to preface that I'm obviously not a manager. I'm just a field agent. But my recommendation to my supervisor and his supervisors from an OLE standpoint would be that it would be a benefit to all to have that as a specific line item, in a JEA agreement, as you said, just so that nobody's blindsided and it's crystal clear and the expectations are laid out. Because obviously the federal government, at NOAA, we have certain capabilities and responsibilities, and likewise, so does the states. I will say that as far back as I can recall, the JEA agreements have always, it's been a priority when it comes to dockside enforcement to ensure that part of the dockside enforcement is that trip limits are being enforced, any record keeping requirements are, being maintained. So that's always been there, and I'm not trying to paint a picture that put the responsibility on all the states and not NOAA, but again, at least with the Mid-Atlantic RSA, if a boat's coming in and they're fishing under their state quota for fluke and they've got RSA on board, absolutely the catch should be getting checked, the paperwork, there should be a comparison, make sure everything's, up to speed. But ultimately, to answer your question, my suggestion would be yes, it would be a wise move to have a line item addressing the JEA enforcement of RSA.
All right, thank you. We have a question, I think, from James Fletcher, who's on the phone. James, are you there? I don't hear James, so I'll go ahead. Emerson?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Todd, for your presentation and for your very helpful suggestions. So my question is, and I don't know all the fine details of the Freeport, Point Lookout, and Nantucket cases, but I've got a general idea of what occurred there. And similar with the Carlos Rafael case in New Bedford. But so based on what I do know, it seems to me that there were some common components of the cheating methods, between the Mid-Atlantic RSA cases and the Carlos Rafael case. But, the groundfish ITQ program was not ended or suspended based on that Rafael case. So I'm wondering what, if any, additional enforcement methods have been put in place to prevent any similar ITQ cheating, right, in the groundfish ITQ program that might be brought to bear here under RSA. Thank you.
Yeah, Emerson, thank you for the question. So I really can't, in good faith, I can't provide an answer regarding what's been done as a result of the Carlos Rafael case in regards to ITQ in the groundfish fishery. Yeah, I really, we can definitely find out for you, and we can come up with an answer, whatever that might be. I just put forth the suggestions just based on my experiences with, with the RSA. I mean, one thing I will comment that there were the one similarity, and it's nothing new, is just that there's typically there's a species substitution for to hide the illicit catch, and I know that definitely occurred with the Carlos Rafael case, and in most instances with what we did, it was the same down here with RSA. Thank you.
Follow up, please.
Yes, go ahead, Emerson.
I'm wondering if, and this hasn't been discussed, so I'll throw it out there for your thought and comment. If there needs to be some restriction on, I'm going to say, individuals selling to themselves, right? Whether it's the boat selling to a different company that the individual owns, or essentially selling to themselves. Is that an issue that needs to be addressed, or do you think if we put into place these other suggested changes, we don't need to worry about that? Thank you.
So some of the additional suggested changes, I've got to say that, they may not all have to be incorporated for things in the future. Certainly, I think some of them are. I mean, nothing is too out of this world to enact where I think it's going to create a problem for somebody. But it's a very good question about the boat selling to itself as a dealer. So yes, that's a huge problem. I have given a lot of thought and spent a lot of time looking at that issue and trying to come up with, suggestions as to how we can address that. And unfortunately, the problem I keep coming back to is I don't know that that can ever be done away with just by virtue of the way Magnuson is written, where a federally permitted boat has to sell, the first line buyer has to hold a federal dealer permit. And if fisherman wants to maximize the value of his catch, and in some cases, a seasonal and low allocation catch. And by doing that, it's selling it direct to a restaurant or to people on the street. He satisfies the federal requirements by holding his own federal dealer permit. And until there's a way to get around that, that's really the sticking point that I don't ever see in the near future anyway, getting switched. But that absolutely was a problem with at least I believe 2 of the folks we dealt with. And yeah, I would like to talk about that issue in detail with other people, but I just don't know what the fix is going to end up being. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Dan?
Yeah, a couple of points. To that last point about dealers, in Massachusetts, we do not allow primary buyers to have such a permit unless they have a permanent place of business. So in the Commonwealth. So for example, you can't operate out of your house. You can't operate out of your boat. We only issue primary buyer authorization to brick and mortar facilities. I think that's a model that other states might look into. Getting back to the other issue that was raised about state enforcement officers really should be looking at every offload anyway, so it's not, there isn't a lot of extra burden. I'm really struggling with this, and I'm just wondering if we could get some more conversation on this, because it seems to me that, like right now, we have a 2,000 pound summer flounder limit, and it's unlawful for a dealer to buy any fish in excess of that trip limit. And so, I understand the vertical integration problem, where if the dealer is going to collude with the boat, that's easily circumventable. But in the RSA situation, once you have the RSA quota, you essentially have no trip limit. And I believe that in an RSA situation with blended trips, I believe there's a need for extra oversight, and I can't put my finger on as to why. You make a good point about, hey, it's a normal quota managed fishery, you still need the presence on the docks. But I have to believe that the fishery managers and enforcement folks in this group would instinctually believe that a blended RSA fleet needs more oversight than a normal fleet that doesn't have RSA. Can we have a conversation about that?
Sure, I understand. I understand the point you're making. I guess part of my comment with looking and doing enforcement to ensure a boat, if there is no RSA, is not violating its state trip limit, is based on a lot of experience with boats that were not in RSA, or at times of the year where RSA was not allowed, were exceeding their trip limit. I realize every state is different. You bring up a good point. Massachusetts has a requirement that, well, you can't be a dealer unless you have a brick and mortar business. That's a good thing. But it's just because there's a trip limit, 2,000 pounds, and the boat's reporting that, a dealer has to report that. In my experience, certainly does not automatically equate to everybody as being compliant, and they're not coming in with overages. So I don't know if I hit on your point. We could certainly chat at any time about this, but anyway, I don't know if I answered anything.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, is it reasonable and appropriate to apply more enforcement presence in an RSA on a fleet of RSA blended vessels and blended trips than when it's just the normal landings under the routine trip limits. Because essentially with the RSA and the get out of jail free card, there are no trip limits. And the dealer doesn't have to, the dealer can't be violated for buying fish in excess of the trip limit because it's the special situation.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, absolutely. There should definitely be an increased enforcement presence if a program like this was to move forward in the future with blended trips. Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you. Tony, thanks for being patient. Go ahead.
No problem. Thanks, Andy. I guess Adam had asked if there was things that we can't overcome. And I'm not saying that this can't be overcome, but I'm just wondering, repeatedly I've heard both enforcement and the states say there is this burden, either an administrative burden or an enforcement burden. And is there a budget somehow to cover that burden? If you do need an increased enforcement presence, and at times, sometimes I hear from the states that we don't have the enforcement presence to cover the fisheries that we have. Where is this additional presence going to come from, and under what budget?
Does anybody want to take that on?
This is Todd. The question was coming up with a budget, or how to determine what the budget might be to handle administrative costs. Is that correct?
Both administrative and enforcement costs. So the states have to take on an additional administrative burden, I think, of monitoring the fleet. And then there's the enforcement side of it, from what I'm hearing.
I mean, I think I think honestly, the states, particularly like New York, Maureen could probably come up with a better idea of how to calculate something like that. Based on the number of hours spent either, for administration, and potentially enforcement may have some records on hours spent, doing enforcement. I'm just a field agent, but my thought would be that if it's, if we're utilizing a percentage of the quota, and it can be, whether it, particularly if it's converted to dollars, maybe we could get a portion of that, an equal portion from everybody, to help with some of these costs. The JEA line item is certainly, from my understanding of the JEA program, that's probably the most effective way, because the line items in the JEA contracts typically equate to a certain number of hours, a certain amount of compensation. So, and those, like any other contract, are open to, some discussion, some negotiation within certain ranges. And at least from an enforcement standpoint, that would be a way to get, I think, some compensation. From an administrative standpoint, that, again, I think similar to, like, my suggestion for, coming up with an idea of how to have a concrete number of boats in a program, maybe based on the number of participating vessels or the value of the projects with boats in a particular state. Maybe then the state can legitimately ask for X amount of percent of the RSA funds for administrative costs, something like that.
Okay, thanks, Tony. Does that answer kind of give you one answer anyway?
It gives me an answer. I guess I'll ask one follow-up question to the JEA, and I guess that would be to any of the state directors. Does the JEA ever get an increase in dollars? I just didn't think it had in quite some time.
Does anybody have an answer to that? It's like it's
Like in theory, yes, it could happen, but I just don't think that it does happen. You know, it's a very rare thing that we get more dollars through the JEA. I don't think.
This is Sean from New York. JEA can be increased. Like we were added money last year for helping with observer compliance. So NOAA can increase the amount of money or different categories on a contract to give us the additional funding.
okay. All right. Tony, does that do it?
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Tony. Paul, thanks for waiting.
Sure, thank you. First, Todd, I really appreciated your presentation. It was very insightful and helpful to me. I used to be with the center in Woods Hole, and one of the questions that would come my way was during this period was the issue of, okay, what are the biological consequences of these illegal removals? And it was a very difficult question because it's very hard to know, how representative the violations are in terms of extrapolating to the whole. So we didn't really know that. The question is, as you acquire or accumulate more information about potential violators, say through anomalous behaviors and so forth, would that necessarily lead to some reduction in the number of sort of random investigations that are done? And maybe if you could just comment on how that might, if you did have additional information continuously and real time, would that affect your efforts to enforce the regulations? So just appreciate any thoughts you might have on that. Thanks.
Thank you, Bob, for the question. So, very short, simple, any information that we would have that, we could pinpoint and, basically point us in the right direction to look into something is useful. I would say, this whole investigation was a real eye opener to me on a host of fronts. I was a DEC officer in New York on Long Island for 10 years. And, prior to working with NOAA, the biggest issue I ever had was we caught a boat one night with 1,500 pounds of fluke over the limit. That was a big deal for a state officer. And then, to have our first boat with RSA, I believe it was like 84,000 pounds of fluke over a 3-year period. For me, that was an eye opener. But it also, in the course of doing this, we did eventually, we started looking at different things, different information that was available to us, correlating. And, but to answer your question, yes, there is definitely information that exists that if it's applied and put into a model or like any other data looked at in the right way with other sets of data, it can paint a picture. And particularly if it really paints the picture of anomalies compared to another set of data, it guides us in a way to focus on that. So yes, if there's a way in the future, we can come up with the right tools and the right way to look at things, I think we can make better informed decisions much quicker. And while the prosecution of a crime may not move a whole lot faster, the quicker we get the information, obviously we can move quicker with the investigation and hopefully curb that kind of behavior, as which we would all want to see. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. Paul, does that do it for you?
Yeah, thank you. That was very informative. Thanks, Todd.
Thanks. Jason.
Just to touch on the JEA question, I'm going to second what Officer Riley said. Under the JEA, there's a section for alternate funds. And one of the things funds besides the Observer, helping do an outreach with the Observer program that Sean had mentioned was the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Plan patrols. So, if that group that regulates the and oversees the whales, I can't remember their exact group off the top of my head, but if they have funding in their program and they can distribute that to states, there's an agreeable number, and the states can work towards those hours that are specifically directing enforcement efforts to checking for whale breaks on gear. So yeah, there is an option for the JEA for alternate funding, and it's up to the individual state if they want to participate in that. So, New York evidently participated in the Observer Outreach Program. We chose not to do it. We just didn't have the manpower to do it, so we opted out of that. The other thing I wanted to ask Todd a question on his fourth bullet down, where you had require that exempted fishing permits issued pursuant to 50 CFR, that you would list the quota in pounds and by species and that were awarded to each vessel. So on these EFPs, is there specific conditions listed on those permits that they're expected to follow, or is it actually written in the law? Because my concern is, and maybe you could tell me or not, if you were to go down to the dock and inspect one of these vessels, and let's just say they didn't call in, and you were just going to issue them a summary settlement based on the fact that they didn't follow a condition of this exempted permit, can you do that? Is it enforceable because it's not a law and it's just a condition of a permit? That's the question I have.
Thanks, Jason. So as I understand it, any permit issued by NOAA, there's a general portion in the prohibited language in Magnuson where that's a line item charge. If somebody violates a condition of a permit, that's a problem. Even if it's so it doesn't. Yes, they can be charged with that. I raised that fourth bullet point just as an item that came up in the course of the investigation that theoretically, under our EFP, the way it was written at the time could, create a problem. If we had somebody with more than the quota they had purchased at auction, it would create a problem where we really couldn't enforce that. But other than that, if there are any provisions listed on a permit, whether it's their federal fisheries permit, a dealer permit, or an EFP, there is a general prohibition that they can't violate any of those terms.
Thanks, Todd.
Great, thanks. Maureen, and also Maureen, I'm going to ask you, did you see the question in the chat for you?
Actually, yes, that's
okay.
First of all, I raised my hand, and then I was also going to respond to what Todd just said.
Okay, Mike, the mic is yours.
Thank you. New York, Dan asked if New York vessels that were violating the rules were subject to permit revocation. Yes, they lost their permit. Some of them lost their vessels. One person went to jail for a year. What was that? But all of this was done through federal court. So it was the NOAA enforcement and NOAA's prosecutors that brought these individuals to court. It was not done through the state system. It was entirely federal, and it was federal penalties that were levied against them. I believe they might have lost their state permits for a period of time. We do revoke permits, but this, for the guys who were caught in New York, it was all basically through the federal courts. And I just forgot what I was going to say about the second question.
Special permit provisions.
Oh, the special, thank you, thank you. As you can see, I have Sean in the room with me. Thank you, Sean. When we wrote our special conditions for the exempted fishing license that we gave to the participants in the RSA program, there are certain things that we can do if they violate them. We have found that the easiest thing to do is just tell them, you're off the program. Trying to prosecute them in court for violating a permit that says they could take more fish than the trip limit, I understand is a little kind of dicey for law enforcement. They have to sort of wind their way through it. Sean could address that better. But we do have a part in our regulations where there can be penalties for violating a permit like your EFP or your scientific collector's permit, a license to collect and possess, which is different than our commercial fishing license. Do you want to add anything, Sean?
Jason will, I believe, will get to some of this in his presentation, but right, like you said, we bring someone into court for taking over limit fish, and him and his lawyer say, but I have a permit to take over limit fish. And the judge's like, so why is he over limit if he has a permit? Like, well, he's over limit because he didn't follow all the provisions of that permit. And then the judge and the DAs don't understand all the nuance of it and don't want to proceed going after some of these people criminally because it gets too confusing or they don't see the value in it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Does that do it for you? Maureen?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're going to take one more question and then we're going to take a break. Dan?
Yeah, I can just clarify Jason's question earlier about the permit having the amount of fish as a permit condition. I'm looking at the federal permit that was issued in 2011 for the URI project, and the federal permit simply lists the vessels and the total amount, but there are multiple permits for the vessels with the same amount of fish. So I think that was the recommendation. I think that Todd was making, to actually put the amount on the particular permits, fishing vessels permit, as opposed to the permit issued to the research entity. I think that was the nuance there, if that makes sense.
All right, thanks, Dan. Let's take a break until 2:45, and then we'll come back and turn to Jason, and he'll talk about some of the state dockside enforcement issues. So 2:45, we'll reconvene. Okay, let's hope everybody's back. Let's get started again with our final presentation, and then we'll have discussion afterwards. We're going to turn to the state perspective on dockside enforcement, and to do that, we'll have Jason Snellbaker talk about the New Jersey experience. Jason?
Yes, can you get my presentation up?
Yes, it's coming up right now.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in these talks about the RSA. Unfortunately, a lot of the topics that were discussed today are things I'm going to mention in my slide. I am going to pose a little bit of a different angle, a couple other interesting insights that haven't been discussed. So if you have any questions at the end, be sure to answer those. Again, my name is Jason Snellbaker. I'm the Deputy Chief for New Jersey Fish and Wildlife Bureau of Law Enforcement. Been in marine enforcement for about 20 plus years. Next slide, please. I think you skipped one. Nope, not in there. Actually,
yeah, this is the second slide.
So as it was stated before, the greatest issue most natural resource police agencies face is a lack of manpower. There's simply not enough officers to maintain compliance efficiently. The additional responsibilities of the RSA is an enforcement burden. Next slide. Laws without enforcement are merely suggestions. It's pretty self-explanatory. Next slide. When an unscrupulous RSA participant enters port and they are not inspected by an officer, it creates the opportunity to cheat. Vessel operators know enforcement does not have the manpower to be standing on the dock every day. This is especially true when numerous vessels are participating in the program simultaneously. As we saw earlier, New York had, I believe, 80 vessels. That blew my mind when I saw that, because I can't even imagine. New Jersey, on the other hand, we had approximately 15 for-hire vessels and 12 commercial vessels applied to participate in the RSA program in 2010. Out of 25 vessel operators associated with the RSA applications, 25 of them had prior fishing violations, and I thought that was noteworthy. Next slide. Specific laws applicable to the RSA. So I'm going to give you an example of a problem that we have in New Jersey, and I'm going to encourage everyone to go back to their respective states and really look at your RSA, your research set aside, or your fisheries exemption permit, or your scientific collecting permit. You'll see what I mean in a minute. Next slide. So what do states do to compensate for not having specific RSA regulations? They in turn have to issue a letter of authorization or a scientific collecting permit. Next slide. So I'm going to give you an example in New Jersey, and looking at some of the other states' regulations, there's problems aren't as bad, but they're very similar. So this is New Jersey scientific collecting permit. And I'll read the first bullet. Part of the first bullet says the Division of Fish, Game, and Shell Fisheries may grant to a properly accredited person, 18 years of age or over, a certificate permitting them to collect mammals, reptiles, amphibians, fish, or birds, and their nest or eggs for strictly scientific purposes only. And the argument can be made that there is no science, there is no collection, and there is no science happening on these vessels. So, we're in a sense issuing this permit, and it's exceeding the authority of the statute. Now, I'm not going to bore you with reading the rest of it, but the other issue is that it says that if you take one of these species for something other than scientific collecting purposes, your permit can be basically revoked. Doesn't say anything about a monetary penalty. It doesn't say anything about creating conditions of a permit. Next slide. So there is no actual scientific research directly conducted by these state permits, particularly this one in New Jersey. The law does not mention anything about creating additional conditions of the permit. Conditions of the permit created by the Division of Fish and Wildlife will not hold up in court and are not enforceable. The only penalty that could be imposed would be the suspension of a permit, nothing monetary. Issuing a permit for compensation fishing exceeds the authority of the statute. Next slide. So what are some of the conditions created by states to monitor the RSA on some of these exemption permits and scientific collecting permits? Permits carried on board the vessel, call in or other electronic notifications prior to embarking, landing, offloading with specified information to be provided. No vessel shall exceed pounds authorized to harvest, size, season, and bag limits, gear and species restrictions, weighing and post-trip reporting requirements, prohibiting the flaying at sea, forbidding the sale of fish on for hire vessels, allowing only federally certified dealers on the commercial end. So my point here is a lot of these issues can be remedied, and preferably remedied with a state summons. However, from the state perspective, I think a lot of our officers, our hands are tied. At that point, we have to use the federal. You know, if you look at the New York case, and maybe Todd or Jim could comment on this later, but you know, a lot of the charges were like conspiracy type charges. They were mail fraud charges. You know, there were all charges that took a very long time to gain enough evidence to prosecute these cases. I believe, you know, just based on what I heard today, 2 to 3 years of work and getting all the evidence needed to prove these cases. If there was an officer on that dock on a daily basis issuing state summonses, maybe it wouldn't have got to that point. But what happens is, if the state officers don't have the tools to do it, then it gets out of hand, and then we get to the point where it becomes these long, drawn out, highly, you know, intensive investigated cases that take a long time to prosecute in court. Next slide. As was mentioned earlier, some commercial vessel owners are also federally permitted dealers. So in a sense, they're selling to themselves. They have an opportunity to manipulate the paperwork. There are even examples of these commercial vessel owners and dealers that own restaurants. So there's even a greater incentive to cheat. This conflict of interest jeopardizes the system of checks and balances and creates opportunity and greater incentive to cheat. Next slide. So specifically for hire vessels, RSA trips took place during the closed season. This generated controversy from other for hire boat operators and recreational fishermen. Also generated complaints to law enforcement from the public not aware that the RSA program was taking place. So basically we were getting calls that, you know, people were landing fish during the closed season and things of that nature. Unlike the commercial sector where vessels are obligated to offload and sell to a dealer, there is not a system of checks and balances on the recreational side. The for hire vessels are left on their own to record and report species and weights. Next slide. So additional concerns. How does a state officer keep track of the quota? How does the officer know when the quota is caught or if the vessel exceeded the quota while standing on the dock? Growing number of participants as time goes on could increase the burden of enforcement. As we saw in New York, you know, 80 vessels That's a significant burden. We also have had issues with the RSAs used as a defense when vessels legitimately violate laws. They go over the trip limit, and all of a sudden, the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, "This was an RSA trip." It's difficult to prosecute cases in court with prosecutors and judges that do not fully understand the complexity of fisheries and the fishing industry. Possible solutions. Being very general, I'm not getting as specific, so I'm just being very general. State laws and regulations need to be updated to support enforcement of the RSA program. For violating the deterrent, including permanent revocation of permits for vessels, owners, and operators. You know, if you suspend a permit from an operator and they can just turn around and put another operator in place, or the vessel owner changes the name of his business, you know, that could be a problem. This was mentioned as well. Cap the number of RSA participants so enforcement can reasonably maintain compliance. And this wasn't mentioned earlier today. Pre-screening of participants, a coast-wide record search. One of the major players involved in the New York case was also involved in a undercover operation in New Jersey where they were you know, harvesting, you know, blackfish over the limit in New Jersey and taking them back to New York and selling them, and, you know, all basically illegally. So coast-wide screening, a lot of these vessel captains might have violations in other states. So I think, you know, again, doing a record search both on the state and federal level through multiple states to see, you know, who has violations. Next slide. So in summary, state enforcement agencies often lack the appropriate resources to efficiently monitor the RSA program. Both the commercial and recreational vessels have the incentive to not report all landings in order to preserve their RSA quota. State enforcement agencies need to be backed by enforceable laws and regulations. And penalties for violating the RSA program need to be a deterrent, including permanent revocation of permits to the vessel owners and the operators. Next slide. And with that, I know you heard a lot of this earlier today, but if you have any questions, I'm willing to attempt to answer them.
Great. Thanks, Jason. Any questions or comments for Jason? Have all the issues been addressed previously, or are there any here? Adam?
Thanks very much for another very good presentation with recommendations. So on the issue of the scientific collecting permits, obviously this was, you know, I lived through that here with you. I get the sense, though, that, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, that the operators and owners to whom those permits were issued, their applications had likely been, and I know that you didn't issue them directly, I know they came from a different department here, so I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I don't believe those operators willfully ignored the conditions of those permits. It would seem to me that those permits were issued knowing full well how they were going to be used. So what are your thoughts on whether the problem was that the state just didn't have a way forward, did their best to accommodate that what was going on, and the problem was really that those permits for scientific collecting in New Jersey were ever issued in the first place? Or in your opinion, was there really something willful on the part of operators And the question would go to other states as well if they feel that whatever documentation they allowed to exempt these vessels, whether it was a misapplication of that tool, whether it be an LOA or a scientific collecting permit at the issuance level, or whether operators willfully ignored the requirements of it.
So I'm a little confused on your question, but I'm going to try and answer it as the best I can anyway. So I don't believe that from an enforcement perspective, we were supportive of going forward with the RSA program in New Jersey, particularly the for hire section. You know, the people that applied for those permits, they were a records check was looked to see if they had any violations. If there was any violations, they were not allowed to participate in the program. And one thing I'll clarify is, you know, we came up with for violations, a lot of those were vessel operators that were alternate captains for party charter vessels. Some of these party charter vessels had multiple captains, so they would list maybe 2, 3, or 4 people on their permit. So yes, we did issue scientific collecting permits to allow the RSA activity to take place. I will argue, and I will probably have to bring it to, you know, my director's attention in the future, that there is a problem with the regulation. And I'm looking at another state in front of me right now that has the same type of language. It doesn't say you can create conditions of a permit. It doesn't say what happens if you violate a condition of that permit. Not enforceable. So it's and again, I encourage other people to specifically look at the specific language in their permits. You're taking the state remedy to resolve a lot of these smaller issues before they get out of hand, out of the hands of your enforcement officers. So yeah, the program was moved forward. I can tell you that we conducted high visibility patrols to gain compliance. But if we were to have to charge somebody, it would have went down a legal road that I don't want to go down.
Thanks, Jason. Does that do it for you, Adam?
So to summarize again, I think what I'm hearing is that the problem is with the regulation. The problem is with the fact that the permits were ever issued in the first place. The problem isn't that recipients of those scientific collecting permits willfully abused the permit outside of the conditions under which they were given it. That's my understanding from what I'm hearing.
Well, I think it's just like anything else. You have 90% of the people are going to be compliant and do what they're expected. It's the other, 10% that we have to worry about.
No, sure. And certainly there are the issues with regards to not reporting. There are the issues with over-harvesting, call-ins, call-outs. Again, I'm just trying to focus on what the provisions of the permit were as they pertain to the scientific collection of those. I think that's what I'm focused on, because clearly we know there were lots of other issues. We've done a job of bringing all those to the forefront with all the presentations today. Again, I just, and I see Dan's got his hand up, so maybe he can comment more about his state. But again, I was just focusing on that scientific collection part of what we did here in New Jersey, and if other states tried to use something else that wasn't meant for it in the same way. So thanks again. Good discussion.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Lee?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you.
I found your discussion very, very interesting, especially that, some of it goes in a little harsh, that they don't have the authority to issue that. And if that's the case, and I can't doubt you because I don't know I don't know the laws. Excuse me. It seems that we're going to have to do a lot more than to do an RSA than just re-up our rules. There's going to have to be something going on at the state legislatures to pass authorizing legislation. Am I wrong?
I think each state needs to go back and individually scrutinize their letter of authorization or their scientific collecting permit or whatever they issue. If not, you're going to rely on the federal language. And it's always been expressed to me that it's always better to handle these things with the state rem.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
Yeah, I want to agree with Jason. I think each state probably has a different statutory and regulatory set of rules that needs to be scrutinized and figure out what kind of authorities they have. Adam, I'm sorry, not Adam, Jason, do you see a role for ASMFC here to sort of develop some common standards?
I do. I think, the law enforcement committee in particular, you put all the officers in a room and, we kick around a set of standards that each one of these state issue permits needs to have. Because like I said, I'm looking at some other state regulations and some of them are much better than what we have here in New Jersey, but they're not bomb-proof. And I've been told flat out that these conditions of have language that somehow or connects the two. It's not good terra firma.
Okay, thanks.
Great, thanks. Any other questions or comments for Jason? Any other thoughts about the law enforcement aspects? I'm just checking out the chat, make sure anything was there. Brandon, do you want to talk about, you said something similar was done for the safe harbor with LEC.
Yeah, I was just getting to, I think, what Dan and Jason, and hello, Jason and Dan, good to hear you. I think something similar was discussed with safe harbor. So lots of states were having, some sort of these similar things in terms of differing regulations across states and how states could evaluate what would be allowed or not allowed under safe harbor conditions because of the abilities to transfer quota and things like that when those need to happen. And so I think there were sort of guidelines or best practices or something like that law enforcement committee had done in regards to safe harbor. At least that's what I recall. This was several years ago and back when I was in New Jersey, I think, when that happened. So I was just saying that maybe something like that could be done for this, where the states could get together to talk about some of those common areas and looking at regulations and thinking about things about how they may apply across states and coming up with some some best practices or common approaches that states could handle.
Okay. Thanks, Brandon. Any other questions or comments from the participants, the panel for Jason? How about from the public? We have, I'm going to try James again. I think, James, are you able to unmute? Um,
Am I unmuted?
Nope, yep, you're good there, James. Go ahead and ask your question.
This is James Fletcher. Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is RSA supposed to help the fishermen or only the scientists that are getting the money? Everything I've heard discussed today is the money, and every scientist that I have heard discuss it thinks that every commercial fisherman is a thief. I think there are just as many managers that would fit into that category as there are fishermen. But I am disgusted that there's not a better way to get on this system. I'll stand by and listen to Rex, but I will put in all of my objections to the RSA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Is there anybody want to address that? Okay. Any other questions or comments from the public about this? Okay. Matt, I think we've addressed the questions that we had prepared previously. Did you want to pop those up, or are you in agreement with that?
Yeah, I think the discussion we've had thus far with all of the presenters and everything hits on those trigger questions that we had. So, yeah, I think we're good with what we've covered.
Okay. Is there anything that we haven't covered that somebody wants to bring up regarding law enforcement challenges? Anything new proposals or new ideas that perhaps we didn't cover in the agenda here? Not seeing anybody raising hands. I think there's been a lot that's been covered today, both in the presentations and in the discussion. So I'm sure there's a lot that will be able to be teed up for the in-person meeting to develop some law enforcement recommendations. Dan.
Yeah, my recommendation would be when we get together in February to include some quota monitoring experts who have been tasked with trying to parse the RSA poundage versus the normal poundage, and maybe if not one from each, maybe one from each state, just because that is a big part of the task. And as Maureen and others know, when you go to investigate the cases, those are the people that you really rely on, right? Those who are holding the records for the dealer transactions and the commercial fishing landing. So I would want to make sure that they're in the conversation if we're going to devise some best management practices that states could work on cooperatively.
That's a good idea. Perhaps something can be done between now and then to prepare those individuals to talk about it. So, Matt.
Good afternoon. This is Matt Kelly from the Coast Guard. I'm at District 5. I guess I had one comment and kind of pertaining to this and deals with the research permits. One of the things that we struggle with when we go on board and do boardings on the at-sea portion of it is that when, if depending on what the fisherman's fishing for based off the permit, sometimes if they claim an exemption or if from the regulations with what they're permitted for, we're looking for them to have some sort of documentation verifying that basically what they're saying is accurate. So one of the things that we struggle with is if the fisherman doesn't have that on board and we're not able to verify that, through some of the permits, we'll issue them a violation. So I guess one of the comments or recommendations that we would have on our end from the Coast Guard is that we would like to see a requirement for the folks that have this type of permit to have it on board with them. Therefore, when we do a boarding and we come across them, that they're able to show that to us, and it makes it a little easier to verify in that way.
Great, thank you very much. Any comments about that? Thoughts? I'm surprised they're not required to, so thanks for that information. Ryan?
Just speaking from the federal side of things, it's certainly a requirement for them to have the permit on the boat and have it signed. From our perspective, if they don't, they are not authorized to operate under the permit.
Thanks, Ryan. Michelle.
Thanks, Sandy. Yeah, so with regard to that specific question, I thought that I'd heard, and I apologize if I misheard this, but I thought that folks in New York were required to have like their letter of authorization with them, or Maureen, am I misremembering that?
Hi, no, that is one of the requirements, that they are to have that on board the vessel while they're undertaking RSA activities. Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. That helps. Thank you.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, not only were we required in New York to have all permitting readily accessible for inspection, but New York State also made us keep a running tally sheet of what we started with as our RSA set aside, and deduct each trip by date and permit number so it could be inspected when we came on. We had a pretty good program. I think with other implementations like the EVTRs and VMS and AIS, it would be a decent model. Listening to what other states were doing, I think it was a little more effective, and it can be a good pattern to follow.
Great, thanks, Paul. Any other thoughts or questions, enforcement challenges that haven't been addressed yet, haven't come up? Any solutions that you haven't heard yet that you'd like to throw out right now? Okay. Let me turn once more to the public for public input. Are there any questions from the public before we turn it over to Matt to kind of tell us where we're going to go with this material and workshop and stuff? I'm not seeing any. So Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you, and if you can tell us a little bit about what the next steps are and where we're going with these. Now that this is the last workshop, the last virtual workshop, what's going to happen next?
Thanks, Andy. You see the timeline on the screen right now?
Yes, you do.
Okay. So just to kind of orient you guys to where we are today, kind of how we got here. Started off, quite some time ago with the Research Steering Committee detailing all of the workshop structure, finalizing logistics. We've now hosted the third of 3 webinar workshops on research, funding, and enforcement. Our next steps are to have the Research Steering Committee meet on November 16th. And this was the date for the in-person workshop prior to its postponement. So Research Steering Committee members, you should all have that date available, and we look forward to meeting with you all there. At that meeting, we're going to discuss the workshop outcomes from 1, 2, and 3. And then, as we kind of talked about today, we need to define our overall objectives. This is a very important piece to help us really understand what the recommendations are going to be moving forward to ensure that the RSA program is potentially going to be redeveloped in a way where objectives set by the committee and the council are going to be achieved. Following that committee meeting, the council will receive a presentation from the research steering committee, or more of a report, at the December council meeting. That'll probably be led by our new committee chair, Michelle Duval. Michelle will be there to supplement anything you need, as well as Brandon. And then following in February 16th, that is the new date of our postponed in-person workshop. So please be on the lookout for information regarding that workshop from either Brandon Muffley or myself. It's still tentatively scheduled for the Sheridan at BWI in Baltimore. Following that workshop, where we're going to hopefully develop these recommendations, the Research Steering Committee is going to again meet to discuss the workshop 4 outcomes, and then ultimately pull together the overall RSA recommendations. And then ideally, at the April council meeting, the SSC Economic Working Group will have their final report presented to the council. The Research Steering Committee is going to make that formal recommendation on the status of RSA for council consideration. So we'll have a better idea of where we stand with all of these recommendations, if the councilor is going to approve them after the April council meeting. And again, much of this is tentative on our ability to meet in person, those sorts of things. So we'll have to kind of hold tight on some of that. But please do look out for communication from Brandon Muffley and myself. That's, I think, all I have here. I'm curious if anyone has any questions or comments related to this timeline, or any suggestions that they'd like to bring forward. Okay. Michelle?
Thanks, Matt. No comments or suggestions. It's really, thank you for putting together such a detailed timeline and for going through this for everyone, considering that we made the decision to postpone, our in-person workshop until February, which, I think given the extent of the conversation that we've had here today, that's probably a good idea. We've had an extensive conversation here, and I think, raised a significant number of issues that we'll need to sift through in preparation for the February workshop. Thanks.
Thanks, Michelle. And before I turn things back over to Andy, I just want to be sure to express my appreciation to all of the presenters today. I appreciate everything you all have done and for bearing with me, communicating back and forth to ensure we have a good workshop here. All of you did a fantastic job and really helped us develop solid comments and recommendations for consideration later. So thank you all very much for your efforts here. And to all of the participants today and the members of the public that commented and listened in and were willing to participate. So thank you for that. And Andy, I'll send things back over to you.
Well, thanks, Matt. I don't have a lot to add, other than, again, I want to echo Matt's appreciation. I thought we had some both great presentations and great input and great discussion on these law enforcement issues, which obviously were a big concern from the previous RSA program, the Mid-Atlantic Council. So I'm going to give Adam, I suppose, the last word, and then unless somebody else raises their hand. But Adam, go ahead.
Great, thanks. So I don't know if this will be, you'll have to rule, or Michelle will, on whether this is going to be the last word. But given the in-depth discussion that we've had about previous issues, the way the program was run, wasn't sure if today anyone on here related to law enforcement issues wanted to make any comments specifically on the discussion we had last week, where we entertained at least one new proposal. If not, I would just ask for some law enforcement input, on that, and anything else that we receive as new proposals, so that we can be guided as a committee, and ultimately as this workshop group to decide how to proceed with that or any other proposal we get.
I'm going to defer to the chair, Michelle?
Thanks, Andy, and thanks, Adam, for raising that issue. And I think, Adam was referencing a proposal that was discussed by Mr. Fletcher, I believe, at our second RSA workshop. And I think the comments that we'd received from other participants during that workshop was that, if I'm recalling correctly, was that the proposal probably needed some additional fleshing out, and that some of the concerns and questions that were raised were more specific to this topic of enforcement. So, I think that's why Adam is, raising this question, and we did want to provide the opportunity for participants in this workshop to raise any questions that they might have had about that proposal. We just want to make sure that we have all the information that the committee needs to move forward with providing recommendations to the council after our February in-person workshop. So just providing one more opportunity, I think, to address any law enforcement concerns that there might have been with that proposal. If folks are not feeling like they can do that now, then I think certainly in the interim between now and February, we'd welcome any law enforcement feedback on that if possible.
Thanks, Michelle. I think that's probably a good approach. If somebody has reviewed it and wants to weigh in now, that would be great. But if not, then we'll press for some input before the workshop. Dan.
Yes, thank you. I think Tony Kearns is still on. I think there's been a few comments made today about the state involvement with managing these Mid-Atlantic Council species. And so I'm wondering if I'm looking at this timeline where it says formal recommendation to the council's consideration, would there be something to ASMFC as well? Is there a role here? And maybe I would request council leadership talk to ASMFC leadership about actually making this something that in the future could be managed more jointly, or make some attempt at co-managing this if possible. Any thoughts?
Andy, do you want me to go ahead and try to handle that?
Please do.
Thanks, Dan. I appreciate the comment, and I think your thoughts and the suggestions you've provided with respect to some of the roles that ASMFC could play in a future RSA program should the council decide to reconstitute it are certainly valid, and I would expect that the conversation here today would inform recommendations that the council might make about how a greater role for ASMFC could help to ensure that a future program would operate a little more smoothly and more efficiently, and perhaps coordinate some of these issues that you and Maureen and others have noted with respect to trying to have some consistency across the states that are participating in the RSA program. So, definitely appreciate you bringing that up.
Thanks, Michelle.
Okay. Any other thoughts about it? Any of the issues that we've just talked about? All right. I think we're all finished a little bit early. Again, I want to say thanks to everybody. And again, if you have any comments that you think about, later on, you wake up in the middle of the night, whatever, go ahead to the Mid-Atlantic Council's website, and there'll be a place under the RSA program where you can add comments. And again, all of those will be recorded for the record. So this isn't the last. Of course, we've got the in-person workshop, and we've got the RSC meeting later on in November. So Still some work to be done, still some opportunity to have input. Please do if you have anything that comes up. So unless, Michelle or Matt, you have anything else, I would call this meeting to an end.
All set
Matt, do
here.
you have anything else? Oh,
Oh, sorry, Michelle. Nope, I'm all set on my end. Thanks, Michelle.
okay. Thanks, Matt. And I guess thank you, Andy, very much for your facilitation skills again and for leading us through this third workshop. One more time, a huge round of thanks to all of our presenters and to all of our participants. I think this was an incredibly rich conversation. I'm looking forward to as we move forward, developing the agenda for our in-person February meeting, as I'm sure Adam is as well. We've gotten a lot of great suggestions. So thank you all again, and I hope everyone has a productive rest of the week. Thanks.
Bye.